Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Alrighty, hello everyone. Welcome to Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and I am joined once again by the illustrious, the incredible, the amazing Vin and Tundalis. They are back on the show. Tundalis coming back for round 2 of Trespasser plus hot takes, and Vin is just here. So there's that.
Just hanging. We wanted to play Power Grid, but we couldn't line up a time, so here I am instead. That's how that goes.
I haven't gotten any time to plan my hot takes, by the way. I've had a really busy week. I don't even remember the things that I posted in
well, we can find them.
We'll find them. We will definitely find them. We will definitely find them. Oh, my chat thing is messed up a little bit. Hold on a sec. Yeah, so if you're not familiar with what's going on here, basically we have last time we had Tundalis on to talk about his I hesitate to call it a fantasy heartbreaker because
it is. It definitely is.
All right, fair enough. His fantasy heartbreaker because it is doing some things that are different. It's not, but it is it's trying to be all versions of D&D except the current one. Would you say that is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the thing about, if the recent Shadowdark success on Kickstarter has shown us anything, it is that D&D players are regressing. And I mean that in a positive way, right? If the world were entirely, if we went back to being eukaryotic organisms swimming around in the primordial soup, the world would be a much better place. And so I have noticed that what we're missing is we've had the return to 4E. We've had the return to the OSR, the old school styles of play, but we haven't had the return to the real bean counting, crunchy 3.5 supremacy kind of countless prestige classes, purple dragon knight stacked on top of ordained champion kind of, that's what's coming next, I think. And I think it's going to be a big hit.
It's just cyclical over and over and over again. Yeah, it's interesting. I was flabbergasted by how well the Shadowdark Kickstarter did, and to reiterate, it's one thing for a setting to come out. A lot of people throw money at a setting, a lot of people throw money at a system, and say, "Oh, hey, it's a brand new system. I'll kickstart that and never play it." But then for people to actually come out and buy a campaign setting for that system is on another level, and it's already doing that much money, which means that it's grown since that initial Kickstarter, right? Most of these systems, people buy the first book and they never buy anything else again, or sometimes another book doesn't even ever get published. So I was very surprised. But I was on Roll for Combat with some folks yesterday, including a gentleman from Sesha who works with the Shadowdark team, our Arcane Library, and I was basically like, I don't understand it, because I mean, I like dungeons, I like equipment, and I like inventory, and I like torches. And that's where the Tundalis likes those things, and that's where it ends. And Kelsey Dion, that's where it ends. Us three. Everyone else is either came into 5e in the sort of critical role, storytelling. Why are we using 5e kind of matrix? Or it's all about like big damn action heroes, over the top, jumping from floating platform to floating platform as you kill the big BEG at the end of the battle, the end of the adventure path, and then, oh my god, it's a diary that takes us to the next adventure. And none of the, Shadowdark doesn't do any. I mean, it could, I suppose, but that's presumably not why people, you're not buying the game with real-time torch counters,
No,
so
I love Shadowdark. I have Shadowdark. I didn't back the recent Kickstarter, but I'm planning on getting it whenever. And what I think people are discovering is they love a system that actually wants to be DM'd. And Shadowdark wants to be DM'd. It includes, I love all those random tables and stuff that are like 40% of the book. That's the stuff that let you easily come up with stuff on the fly, preserve, protect, player-driven kind of sandbox adventure experience. And that stuff, I mean, yeah, 5e makes it so goddamn hard to run a game.
Now, okay, I'm curious. Why is that? Because I ran 5e and I didn't know the rules. In fact, I still don't know the rules. In fact, you're like Derek. You have a YouTube channel. It's modestly successful by most stretch of the imagination. You're no Jenny D. You're no XP to level 3, but you're doing okay. You're no Professor Dungeon Master, but you're doing okay. And obviously, you clearly know RPGs very well, including the big, the big battleships of Dungeons and Dragons. I couldn't tell you the first. I mean, I could tell you how to calculate an EL encounter level in 3rd edition D&D with some weird ass math. I'm like, oh, you had 2 CR4s? Well, that's an EL6. And then you added it to a CR5. Well, a 6 and a 5 is a set. I could do all this math. 4th edition, same. Standard, minions, leads, different level. I couldn't tell you the first thing about a 5e encounter balance. And yet I ran a 5e campaign for like 6 months.
I think the creators could give you how to do the 5e encounter balance either, though. Let's be real.
They're like, how many ghouls are there, Derek? I'm like, I don't know. I like pick up 46 and roll them and be like, oh, that's how many ghouls there are. Oh shit, 13.
So what you're saying is that you, because you benefit from 10, 20 years of experience as a DM, that you have an easy time adapting to a new system, is what I hear you saying, right?
Well,
and it's like, I think the people who are picking up Shadowdark are the 5e players who look at 5e as a system and think, I could never run that. And then they look at Shadowdark and they're like, oh yeah, I could run that.
Okay, but Shadowdark is D20
this
plus
isn't the
modifier.
topic at all, by the way.
No.
I'm sorry to take this completely off.
D20 plus modifier versus DC. The DC's ranged basically from 10 to 20. Monsters have armor class that ascends. You have 6 ability scores. You make checks against them. And it has advantage and disadvantage. I mean, how isn't that 5e?
That's what I was saying before. Like when you said about reskinning monsters to make a Shadowdark come on, like isn't that just 5e? Like what are we? I mean, there's no real difference.
There's no okay, so there's no
bonus action. There's only 2 actions.
There's no bonus action, which Mike Merle says was like a terrible mistake, anyways. And then and there's no feats, which were optional in 2014, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, 5e is that, sure. But it's that enshrined in 3 books that are 600 pages in total or something, right? And yeah, it's not boiled down in the way that Shadowdark is.
But I'm going to shit on the OSR a little bit because I do like to do that. Like,
that's why we're here.
Derek's like, oh, he's so no, because I'm going to tell you something. Okay, I like Shadowdark. I think it's cool. I think it's a nice little production value. Now, I have said before, where did you get this copy of Shadowdark? Kelsey Dion gave it to me. Why? Because I didn't own it. Why? Because I said, why would you ever need this? You have this. And I still basically stand by that. But, okay,
love it. Hot takes.
But, or if you don't, like I was saying on RFC, if you don't have this, then you can go get this. Okay. Laboratory is just a copy of this. And if you think that the editing and all the other stuff in this is garbage, which it kind of is, you can just get this. Okay. And it's basically all the same.
My pick.
Okay.
OSC, yeah.
But here's the thing that, I don't quite understand. Well, I think that these people are forgetting because you're like, Derek loves all this stuff. Look at him. He just pulled up all those games. Ask me how many sessions I can play of one of these games. Ask me. Okay. The answer, less than you think.
I'd be shocked if it was over 5.
It's 5 is probably the limit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we played Shadowdark at Origins. We played if you're familiar with Temple of Elemental Evil, we played the Ruins of the Moat House. And we ran a group of patrons through it and we did a 2-day so it's a 2-shot. By the end of the second session, I was like, all right, I've seen everything. I've seen the whole system, like I've explored all of its inner workings, At a certain point, like once upon a time, tic-tac-toe was like, oh shit, this new game is incredible. X's and O's. What's the strategy? And then after about, 10 minutes, you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Put it in the center square and then it's a draw every time. Like there's nothing there,
It doesn't have enough for you to grab onto to sustain your interests. I get that. I mean,
right. So
that's kind of what Trespasser. That's one of the circles it's trying to square.
I agree. Agree. Yeah. Which is a good thing.
I've been thinking for a long time about the difference in weights of systems because essentially, like to translate, Derek, I agree with Derek on every point he just raised, and the reason for that,
which is insane.
Yeah, and the reason for that though is from, I guess I could just reframe it slightly. Is for me, it's like a difference between lightweight and heavyweight systems. When I have a lightweight system, I can feel like you essentially explore its design space as a player within a couple of sessions, maybe even just one, really. the heavier weight the system, the more sessions a player has before they can actually really get their head around the system. But even beyond that, it means when a system tends to be heavier, it tends to have like threats. Because I always talk about the fact that the player half, and even the GM half, the GM rulings part, is only half the system. The other half is the enemies and threats and hazards that are supported by the game. And so when a system has a heavier weight to it, it usually has enemies that do weirder, crazier, more interesting, more different things. And that makes the next challenge always interesting as long as you still haven't explored the whole design space. Like when you get to the end of Pathfinder 2 and you realize that every turn is going to be aid, haste, and maze or whatever, like just to pick 3 spells, then you've already explored everything. It's done, and you realize that that essentially is a key that unlocks every enemy in the game. Like you just cast like essentially a debuff, but until you get to that point, you have a lot of play space to explore. And what I'm realizing when I was looking through Trespasser is that it's like at least there might be other systems like this, but for me, it's a member of a very small category I like to call of a middleweight system. And it definitely feels heavier than any OSR game I've looked at, except for maybe DCC. But DCC is weird because it's like the
It's all tables.
Yeah, it's baked into the spells and stuff, right? It's like not it's like a part of the system's fully deep, but not the whole thing.
Yeah. And I mean, the weight is really what turns a lot of people off to it, right? It's not
Yeah,
heavy enough for the super crunchy people, and it's
right.
not light enough for the true OSR diehards.
Exactly.
And
And
yeah,
and
like
4E is
this
definitely
game has no
heavyweight.
audience.
Yeah.
Which is why
I'm
it's
well
here
aware of
on
that.
a channel
That
that
wasn't the
has
goal.
no audience.
Well, I think the middleweight might be something that people will realize they want. Like it's not something that really has existed much, at least from my memory, and now it's becoming more of a thing.
Yeah, so I just really quick, Zipperfist, I just want to address a couple things. Number one, Zipperfist says Shadowdark has fewer classes. Actually, there's currently like 27 classes for Shadowdark. In fact, I was bitching about this yesterday on Roll for Combat because, like everybody else, every time they release a new zine, 3 new classes. Every time they release a new book, 3 new classes. Oh, this new Kickstarter, 8 new classes. Why? Because players buy classes. That's what people buy. 2, you said it has a lower level cap. You're right. It caps at 10. But what's the average 5e campaign go to? Like 3? Or like 5 or something, or 7. It's crazy. So having the game go to 10 functionally for almost every group is the same thing as it going to the game system could go to 95. It wouldn't matter. Most people are going to quit before they get to 10. It says no proficiency. That is true. There's no universal proficiency. Instead, your character just gets like a +1 to hit ability or +1 to certain skill ability. You do re-roll the initiative once per round. I guess that's a thing. Personally, I hate initiative anyway, so whatever. Torch time tracking. Well, I don't know if you know this. Torches do burn in 5th edition. I mean, they have a time. I don't know that anybody ever pays attention to it or cares, but they do matter. Inventory matters. Pretty sure 5e has encumbrance rules. Again, I argue
No one uses them, but
I argue that in the spectrum of OSR, from the very beginning, right? You had, in terms of the BX lineage, you had Labyrinth Lord, which was this is when they were figuring out they could use the OGL to functionally reprint these books, which were not in print at the time. So this is literally just like copyright. This is literally just like plagiarism, but like legal plagiarism. And then you had like the OSE, but OSE came later. You know what the next evolution of the OSR was after this? 5th edition D&D. Mike Mearls even said that they weren't trying to beat Pathfinder, after 4E. They were trying to be like, let's go back and get all the people that played, in the 80s and the 90s and, like dungeons and stuff like that. And let's try. And if you look at 5E, man, that game is built or designed or looks like a Wild West, the rules don't really matter, let's fucking go kind of game system, rocking and rolling in the dungeon, baby. And
Yeah,
that
a level 2 janitor says 5e's encumbrance rules use real life measurements instead of slots, which automatically makes it.
Uh-oh, did I lose my internet? Oh no. I might have lost my internet. Hello? Oh, okay. Interesting. Can you hear me? I think Zoom crashed.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Derek's
Okay.
back.
Yeah,
There we
Zoom.
go.
I think Zoom crashed.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And the stream is you didn't miss anything of particularly important.
Okay, great. I do have to swap.
And there's going to be a lot more issues as we continue with this stream because Trespasser's not well optimized. It's not a but
Okay, wait. No, you're not Derek. I'm Derek. There we go.
There we
Okay,
go.
perfect. Yeah, it was the Ghost of I was bitching about 5e and they came and the Pinkertons hacked me down.
yeah.
But yeah, so again, it for me, for 5e perspective, it was trying to be an old school game, and then it's built that way, and then somehow God only knows how a bunch of LA voice actors started playing, Vampire the Masquerade with, God, Everway or something, Amber Diceless role playing with 5e, and everyone got this idea of like, oh yeah, 5e, you could use it for anything. I'm using it for my space opera mystery love game, and you're like, it's a dungeon game. What's wrong with you? So
Yeah, and by the way, people always say that the OSR doesn't innovate, that they don't do anything, right? Like, and what is the first thing that they chucked? Was managing your inventory by its weight. They have inventory slots, like almost nobody in the OSR wants to truck with that. Like,
oh, that is true. I mean, I see it on the background of your nightstand. I mean, we're playing Torchbearer, and it just uses a very simplistic system of, oh, you have a backpack, it has 6 slots, and
yeah,
you're like.
When I'm looking down in the Torchbearer game, I'm not looking at my phone. I am reading the rules because I'm woefully unequipped. But yeah,
but that's also because Torchbearer is a game that unabashedly is like, this is a game where player skill matters, and being good at this game is something that you're not going to be right away. This game is almost proud of the fact that it's like, you can't just pick up this game and play it. It's like, if you want to play it, you got to put in work. And if you do play it and you don't know what you're doing, things might be a little bit rough for you. And you're going to find as you play through, you're going to go, wait a second, is this rule saying that I can do this? Oh, I was like, oh, wow, that's amazing. That's so cool. And so, yeah, I mean, it is a kind of a different kind of beast altogether.
Paul had a good question in the chat, which
What's
was, what weight class would you put Fabulous Ultimate in? And I'd actually say Fabulous Ultimate is also middleweight.
Oh,
So that's 2.
Okay, what I supposed to?
It's not lightweight. It's not lightweight.
It is not lightweight.
Go like 30 classes, and you can mix and match at every level. That's not lightweight. Yeah.
I mean, considering that if you're level 50, which is to say something, but in theory, you could have 30 plus skills, Pulf. Some of them are going to be ranked, obviously, but like you might have 30 plus skills at the end of the game. That being said, the absolute the core mechanic, like your stats start at D8, D10,
yeah,
and they go up to like D12.
That's it.
And so like at the beginning of so at the beginning of the game you're rolling like D8 plus D10, and at the end of the game you're like, oh, I'm rolling D12 plus D10. It's not really the progression in that respect. That being said, I mean, like anything, once you start layering complexity on top of complexity, you start to see it. Some of these new classes, like the ones that we covered the other day, much more complicated. I don't know if you caught that, but
no, I didn't get to catch that.
The one class is called like the floralist, and they plant a magical seed that grows a flower. But once the flower is planted, it keeps growing. You can't stop it. But it gives you different benefits depending on what round it is. And then once it finishes, it resets. So like if you want the round 3 benefit, you need to have planted it 2 rounds ago,
it's like sagas for Magic the Gathering.
It's very much like actually, yes, they're like, it's even like a 3-segment clock basically. So yes, it's very much like a saga for Magic the Gathering.
That book looks so cool.
Yeah.
That was a great cover.
So now he's saying FE is tending towards a heavyweight. Now?
I don't think heavier. I think at low levels it's dead simple, and I also think that, and this is I think very important, and I think most games would be. People see this all the time and they get confused. I mean, D&D was obviously D&D was the game for this. D&D was originally like, hey, sure, there's some internal balance issues if you want to call them that, right? But generally speaking, if you're a new player, don't be a wizard. Right? Don't be a cleric. Not only are those classes more difficult and more complicated to play because you have to learn all these spells, but they're harder, and they're maybe you get more powerful, maybe you don't get more powerful too much later on. But if you're a D4 hit point character with no armor, you're gonna have to play smart, and you're gonna have to play very conservatively, and you're gonna have to play very, to make ends meet. Whereas if you're a fighter, you swing your sword and you hack things. And so the thing about Fable Ultima is you could pick skills and classes that are just like, and what do you do? I never miss ever, and I just do a shitload of damage every time I swing, right? You're like Sabin from Final Fantasy VI, right? I mean, even he had that one heal ability, but like you just, you give him the Genji glove and the offering, and he makes like 32 attacks, and it's like all of them are crits, and it's like 32k whatever it is, 320k damage or whatever.
I mean, you're bringing up something that I think is a real feature of a class-based system, and one that I try to do in Trespasser is like, I don't know, looking over Draw Steel, I saw that all of these classes are so complicated and fiddly and have so much going on. And to me, it is more than totally fine. It's like an advantage if your system has some classes that are simple and for the person who just wants to roll the hit every turn, and some that are really, really intricate, that are ornate and cumbersome and are this puzzle to be solved. And I think like the best class-based systems have kind of a range, like cover both of those bases.
Yeah.
Which is why I let, in third edition, right? The barbarian and you have the wizard, right? Yeah.
But
maybe that's a good place to start the day.
Because you always have the guy at your table who just wants to be the barbarian.
Right. And here's the thing. And again, I'm going to, I'm not meaning to, shit on like Pathfinder 2 or something like that. But like as an example, what you just described used to be, wizard and fighter. And, the fighter was pretty powerful. But, at the end of the day, the wizard was able to reshape reality and throw fireballs and teleport and all this other stuff. So the wizard was harder to play and more complicated to play. But you were rewarded for that with a stronger performing class. So the Pathfinder 2 paradigm is like, hey, you can be a fighter and you're just really good. You swing your sword, you'll hit a bunch, and you'll crit a bunch. Or you can be this other class that has to jump through all these hoops so that you end up at the same power level as the fighter, right? And so that's where I have a problem with design, because if you create a class where the player skill gradient can actually impact the power gradient, I'm okay with that. But a lot of modern design is not. In fact, a lot of modern design says, no. It doesn't matter how many hoops you jump through. We're all going to end up in the same place or within the same ballpark. It's even particularly more egregious to me because in Pathfinder 2, in my personal opinion, the fighter, for most of the game, outperforms most of these other classes. So they're doing the least.
Which is double slice. With 1 feat, you get at the start of the game.
Yeah, exactly. So, so I'm okay with having sliding scales of complexity, but where I maybe vary from some of the thought processes, I'm like, yeah, and so I deserve, if I'm working harder, I deserve a bigger payoff. And someone's like, that's not fair. You deleted the encounter. It's like, I have D4 hit. What level are we? 7? How many hit points do you have? And they're like, okay, I have 54 hit points. And it's like, yeah, okay, I have 12. Okay, and my AC is still 10. So yeah, I get to delete the encounter.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of we're getting close, so I feel the need to call it out. But we're getting close to one of my hot takes, which is I think was a defense of the linear fighter quadratic wizard that nobody wanted or asked for.
Yeah,
and that's essentially the defense. I
found them and forwarded them to Tumblr.
Oh, you found them?
Well.
Yeah, okay, please do.
Sure. But that's essentially my point, is that I think it's really cool to have classes that shine at different stages of the game. That's one of my favorite things about the linear fighter and the quadratic wizard, right? Is that the wizard sucks, is baggage at the start of the game in old school D&D. And, and the fighter is just dominating in combat. And I try to keep that alive in Trespasser. If you play a warrior in Trespasser at low levels, you are absolutely killing. You have a higher damage die than casters do. Because you're swinging a weapon or whatever. You have way more hit points, like maybe double hit points of a spellcaster. And but over time, I tried to do a thing where it evens out. Eventually, the wizards, for their utility, the wizards deal low damage at low levels, but the casters eventually achieve the damage dealing potential of warriors, whereas warriors eventually achieve the utility of casters. And hopefully everybody ends up somewhere in the middle with a mix of crazy deeds because I like Gish. You know, I always play a fighter mage, and I want everybody to do that, and it's my game. So yeah.
So yes, so a defense for linear fighter quadratic wizard that nobody wanted to ask for. So Vin, how do you played 3rd edition? You play Pathfinder 1. You're aware of the linear fighter quadratic.
Well, I've never heard it. I've never heard that term before.
Wait. You've never heard linear fighter
No,
quadratic
I've
wizard?
heard. I know the concepts we're putting down, but I haven't heard the term. What's like the distilled definition of
the
term?
distilled definition is that the fighter gains power linearly, right?
I'm gonna be right back while you describe it.
That's fine. So you know
and the caster gains it
power
quadratically,
right? So
okay,
so that you know at the beginning of the game, the fighter is making these regular increments, and then by the end of the game, they're making the same regular increments, and so the line just goes from lower left to upper right, whereas the wizards goes and just goes off the chart.
So I think it's a complicated question, right?
Yeah.
Because in the standard dungeon crawl, the game feel of it isn't great. And what I mean by that is in a standard dungeon crawl, and I've been through these, where you're like level 12, level 13, level 14 in 3.5 or whatnot, and the fighter walks up and hits one enemy twice for 40 damage, and then it's the Scion's turn, and he hits like every enemy in the field for like 100. It's a bad game feel to it, because yes, it took 13 levels for the Scion to get to that point, but now you've got another 6 levels where it's just the only thing on the field that matters, and the fighter's just there as a tag along. The Pathfinder's answer to that was the wrong answer. So on the flip side, they went too far, and now it's just like, wait, the fighter just double sizes from level 1 to 20 and starts at always at the end of the top of the curve, whereas a magic user's spell attack actually never catches up to a double slice, but the AoEs kind of catch up. But then when you fight wrestling higher level monsters, they all critically pass their save in the first place. So it's just like essentially they force the spellcasters into a slot. So both sides of it, I can see the negatives. Both sides, I can also see the positives, like you said. So the quadratic progression feels amazing as a caster. Like, it is so cool as a wizard to be at the end of the game and just be able to just dominate the battlefield. So the game feel, that's good. It feels crappy as the fighter, but it feels great for the caster. The other side of that, so let's just call the Pathfinder 2 balanced version, feels awesome for the fighter, aside from the fact that it gets very boring. But it feels awful for the caster. And I think both are bad. So I wouldn't necessarily say I want to defend the linear quadratic split. For me, it's more like I feel like what the answer is to the wrong question. I don't think the question should be, what is the damage output of this class over time? I think the question should be, how much effect on the battlefield does this class have?
Or how about effect on the whole game?
Yeah, I think
that's part of the appeal of the wizard is you're teleporting, you're stopping time.
Right.
Yeah. So but there's systems like FU where a defender can essentially stop half the team from ever taking damage. That feels awesome, even though it's not doing any damage. It still feels amazing. That's that effect on the battlefield answer versus just damage or whatever.
The problem here, though, and I've brought this point up before. We can actually use old school essentials right here. And in fact, we can use the very first inside index page. One of the things that I was talking about is this is an example of where vestigial elements of a game are left, or they remove elements of a game and they don't understand the ecosystem, right? Like, oh, let's introduce rats to kill the birds because the birds are eating all of our crops, and then it turns out the birds were eating all the insects that were now destroying your crops. Is that D&D for the first 24 years, so half of its time, used a saving throw system that was independent of the power level of the person casting the spell. Your saving throws were solely reliant upon your level. So what this meant is if you were a cleric, okay, your saving throw at the beginning of the game against something that, let's say, killed you instantaneously, a death spell, was 11 or higher. So you had a 50-50 chance of dying if someone cast a death spell on you. At level 13, it was a 3 or higher on a d20. You were 90% likely to pass your saving throw versus death. And guess what? Monsters just use these saving throw table progressions. So that meant that at the highest levels of the game, all the monsters you were fighting had like, oh yeah, they passed 80% of their saves. They passed 90% of their saves. I mean, sure, yes, sometimes they're going to roll a 1 or a 2 or whatever, it'll happen. But for the most part, monsters were kind of immune. Now, don't get me wrong, there were still really powerful spells like Magic Missile and Maze and stuff like that that did exist, but Maze didn't kill them, and Magic Missile didn't do a shitload of damage. The problem came in 3rd edition, right, where they got rid of this saving throw progression, but they left in the instant kill death spells, and then also, at the same time, gave players ways to pump the hell out of their DCs. And that's where you really saw the problem take off. And another example, is that you also had monsters. This still exists in 3rd edition, but to a lesser extent, where you had monsters that were basically like, yeah, this monster is immune to magic. And like now they don't want to do that because that might make players not have a fun time. Right.
I love that stuff. That's some of my favorite stuff back in the
whereas
day.
like all golems were immune to magic. And so that was like their thing. And there were other monsters that were just straight up immune to magic. And, and I remember one of the things that I just raged against. I raged against this in Pathfinder 1 and later in 3rd edition, all undead, not incorporeal, all undead and all constructs were immune to sneak attack. Because
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then they were like, but think about the rogues. It's like, fuck the rogue.
Fuck the rogue.
Fuck the rogue.
In every other scenario. Why do you need to be good here too?
Yeah. So, I love the idea, by the way. Everyone's like poo-pooing the fighter. Have a golem show up.
Yeah.
Immune to sneak attack, immune to magic. Oh, who you're relying on now?
Yeah, I love the idea of monsters as different kind of locks
Puzzles.
that demand a
Yes.
certain key,
Mhm.
right? And I'm not happy with the monster index of Trespasser right now. There were like 100. It took me forever to do, and then I had to adapt them all for version 2 to the new system, and it's exhausting making a lot of monsters. But I want them all to do things like that. I love the rust monster. I love the fear it creates, not for your life, but for your stuff. And I want, a bunch of monsters that are going to kind of challenge the party in different ways,
Right.
that tie into the systems that exist outside of combat purely,
Yeah, it's an interesting answer because essentially what Derek's highlighting is that the enemy half of the equation can be the balancing factor for the linear fighter quadratic wizard problem. And I think, that's part of the solution. I think the other half is still valid, where it's good if fighters have a way to affect the battlefield that aren't just swinging their sword, which is what Tome of Battle did, essentially. That's why
Right.
everyone loved that book. But and having both kind of is what Trespasser's aiming to do as well. Going back to like the topic at hand.
I mean,
do you want to finally pop open the book?
Yeah. Look, we had a 30-minute
I told Sir
intro.
Colin on the server this morning that I'm scared of talking about my game, so my strategy is going to be to try and just cause endless digressions, and I'm really happy with how much I've succeeded so far.
Zipperfist does say, by the way, I want to say I love the layout, look, and feel of Trespasser. I'd be excited to play it with my group if I could convince them. Lol. Thank you for making it.
Well, thank you, Zipperfist, and appreciate your support. And join the Trespasser Discord server. I haven't been there in a few weeks because I'm taking a little break from design, playing a video game for the first time in a long time. And I'm either playing a game or working on Trespasser. They take the same time during my week, which is why it's kind of been on hiatus. But I'll be getting back to it soon.
So we're not going to reiterate too much because we did have a first stream. And look, you got to do your homework. But last time we covered the basic rules of the game, and just to very quickly reassess this, you have 4 attributes: might, agility, intellect, and spirit. You use them. You have it's a modifier system. You add them to the bonus. You also have sort of a 5th kind of attribute called your skill die or your proficiency die or something like that. And this gives you a flat bonus. So it's very similar to 5e's proficiency. However, there are instances in the game where you can basically, for lack of a better word, push in certain instances, or you might be able to, I don't know what's the word, enhance your skill bonus, and it upgrades from a bonus to a bonus and a die. And so now you've got this extra random potency for getting particularly high level rolls. Other than that, you're going to be rolling D20 versus a DC. We talked about the Sparks and Shadow system, which is a really awesome mechanical way of entering into what I call like true role playing, like role playing that matters, like that isn't just for like shits and giggles. In that interacting with the fiction, I should say that fictional interaction that matters. Blah blah blah. We didn't really get too much into combat. I mean, we talked about the basics of the initiative system, about the turns that you get. You get 3 actions. Tundalus uses this. What would you call this? A star, an asterisk? I don't know what to.
Yeah, I don't know. Little star. Yeah.
But the long and the short of it is, this is the best 3 action system I've seen, and the reason why Pathfinder 2 could have been there. It could have done it. It was staring them in the face.
People hate this system. So many people left the game when I implemented this.
What?
Yeah.
Well, what was it before? I think that I saw those Reddit comments too, and I was actually kind of surprised.
It was very it was 3rd edition based, right? You had a move action, a swift action, a standard action, and you could trade them down.
So
right?
so like
trade
4E.
standard for another move. Yeah, like 4E. Right.
To be fair,
it's safe to assume that most of the stuff was sort of based on 4E before I changed it. Yeah.
And this one's kind of closer to what was it? DCC, right? It's DC has deeds, doesn't it?
Well, no, but I think the key for me here is that the genius of the problem with Pathfinder 2 is it's a 3 action system that is hardly ever a 3 action system.
Correct.
That's the biggest problem with it. Like if you're a spellcaster, forget about it. You're playing standard move, right?
Yep.
If you're a character who uses any sort of activity or something like that, forget it. You're playing 2 action economy. So the thing with this is, Pathfinder 2 has Flourish, and all this does is basically says everything in this game is 1 action. But the big thing, the important thing, the thing that actually matters, the big attack, the big spell, basically has Flourish, and you can only use 1 of those per round. It doesn't take up 2 actions or 3 actions. It still just uses 1, but you can only do that once.
And if you don't do it, you generate resource on your turn. So you can still have a useful turn by taking 3 secondary actions.
Yeah, secondary actions, support actions. It's like a way of, if you end up spending your turn kind of just moving right there, it's not a right time to use one of your big attacks. Then at least you gain some benefits from that respect.
What I'm hearing, Derek, is that it's new and icky and different.
Well, right, which is probably why people hate it. Except it shouldn't be. It's just a better version of what all these games were doing. Because I liked 4th edition's standard move minor. I liked the downgrading system. But I'll be the first to admit that it could be, weirdly, like I have this push. We're doing, in theory, this other stream of like things that I would do different for 4th edition. And one of my problems I had with 4th edition is there wasn't a lot of things that you could do with a move action. And so when you would like push somebody back, like a monster, and you'd be like, oh, I pushed him 3 squares. Haha. Well, in 4th edition, they're like, well, I was going to waste my move action anyways because I wasn't going to have to move. But now I have to move, so I guess I just re-engage you in melee and I still just attack you, right? There's no love lost. Right. There's no cost to it. Whereas at least in Pathfinder 2, that's going to eat up 1 of your 3 actions. So that is something.
Right. And a reminder that you spend an action to try and save against negative effects. So if you push that monster and it needs to spend an action to move back next to you to attack, that is 1 less recovery or something that it gets to make. So yeah,
right.
That was kind of the goal. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And by giving you this wide range of abilities, like for example, Fabula Ultima, which you get like 1 action. There's not even a move because there's no tactical element to the game. One of the, you could use your action to attack. You can use your action to use one of your attack-like skills or spells. But one of the core actions that everybody has access to is called Hinder, which just lets you put one of the 4 main status debuffs in the game, which can be very powerful in Fabula Ultima. And, you have to describe it in the fiction and how you're doing it. You don't just go slow, but everybody can slow through the use of the Hinder action. And so even if you're not attacking, there's still other valuable things that you could do. And I think this is the same thing. So,
oh, and by the way,
yeah,
there was a recent Reddit thread where people were talking about this game, and they were like, "Oh, the Pathfinder 2 influence is so strong now. This game's lost its heart." For the record, I've never actually played Pathfinder 2, and I've like skimmed it. I haven't even read it, so I didn't know all the toes that I'd be stepping on and the false associations I'd be making when I switched to a 3-action system, which is something I now know, but it's too late to change anything.
The biggest mistake
Welcome
you
to game
made
design.
is you should have made it a 4-action system. And that way
Right.
you're like, it's 25% better or 33% better than your lame ass 3-action system. So yeah, anyway, so really cool system that actually lets you do 3 actions. Yeah, 3 things, which is great.
And there's no multiple attack penalty equivalent, right?
Right, because you can't basically make multiple attacks, as I understand it.
No, without the use of a very special and rare resource called Resolve.
Resolve, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Attempt deed is like the main, like, do something important. Because you were talking about deeds. Deeds in DCC, Vin, are where you do, like, you make up some random, you know, you're trying, like, I'm going to throw sand in his eye. I think that's what a deed is in DCC. Deed in this game is, like, you know, your big thing that you do.
Yeah.
And spending Resolve.
This is your power attack. A power attack would be a mighty deed or something.
Yes, exactly. Or, you know, Fireball or Fire Strike or whatever like that.
Right.
Additionally, it had a really, really good reaction system, which I really, really liked for 2 reasons. One, because for the most part, you don't really make like an attack roll or a D20 roll or like some sort of comparison roll. Like if you block, there's no like, oh, make a parry check. Oh, make a parry check against their attack check and then check the 5x5 matrix. Yes, I'm talking to you, Lord High Summoner. And look up the parry.
It's so simple, Derek. Don't you know it?
Oh, it's so
I played it
simple.
for an hour with my friends, and
Right.
it's so simple. We all got it.
Right.
Okay.
But you know, no, you say, hey, in fact, you know, it says you are hit by the attack. I'm so lazy, and I like people. Yeah, it's a Lord High Summoner says, eat my shorts. All right.
By the way, I thought that stream was really good, but you went really hard on Lord High Summoner, and I would have liked to, you know, like, I wanted this to be more an exploration of, all the stuff Lord High Summoner thinks is really cool about this.
I love it because we were actually going very easy.
And it was a little bit of a hatchet job, you know.
Hatchet job. All of my
was holding
complaints.
back so much.
Not only were my complaints valid, they were also well reasoned.
There were some cheap shots in there. There, you know, I mean,
like you know, the things about Glorantha that most people hate, I don't even hate. Like duck people don't bother me, and that seems to be the main thing that you know, get everybody off. Anyways, although the Rune Quest stands did come out in force in the comments, they're like I should have known somebody who just only plays Pathfinder 2 would hate.
I don't think either of us has played it for a long time.
No, they're like but anyways, but no, all I was trying to say, okay, let me just not just tangent of a tangent here. I'm not trying to say that the system is bad. What I'm trying to say is that in the complexity versus depth equation, you are paying a price to make your game more complex in the effort of making it more interesting or more realistic or whatever to you. And if that extra effort, and by the way, as you move down that chart, it's diminishing returns, right? You at a certain point, you get a lot of bang for your buck when you're like, hey, I'm going to make my game a little bit more complex, and it's going to really make the game a lot more deeper. But then as you keep doing that, unless your design is extremely elegant, you're going to have to add more and more complexity to get smaller and smaller incremental advances in the overall breadth and depth of your game. I'm simply saying that some people are willing to go from, hey, what's the complexity of your game? Oh, it's a 4 out of 10. And what's the depth of your game? You know, how complex is it? Oh, it's a 5 out of 10. You're like, oh, that's a great ratio. And you're like, but I really want a game that's like a 6 or 7 out of 10 in terms of the depth and complexity. I'm like, okay, I can give that to you, but you have to go to a 9. You know, you have to go to a 9 out of 10 of how complicated and complex your game. And they're like, yes, absolutely, totally worth it. I want to pay that price. I'm happy to do it. You know, it's like me when I'm, you know, really tilted and I'm flying home and they're like, I want the front seat on the airplane. And they're like, well, dude, I don't care how much it is. I'm buying it because I can't stand it. All I'm trying to say is don't act like that's a free upgrade. You know, you're paying for it. You're paying for it in charts and subcharts and attunement matrices and blah, blah, blah. You're paying for it. And you're okay to pay for it. You want what you want. That's fine. I was just generally saying to say that it's a price to be paid.
I mean, I designed this combat system with 2 things in mind, 2 core design principles, I guess. And one of them was speed. I wanted it to be faster than 4E. I think 4E,
Yeah, it's slow.
is really cool, but it gets hampered with,
Slow.
all the qualifiers and stuff. And I wanted to maximize player engagement. So both of the default reactions that you get, block and counter, are meant to maximize player engagement by getting people involved when it's not their turn. Block is something everybody can do, that everybody has access to and wants to do, to take a moment to say, hey, no, I actually didn't take as much damage as you say I do, right? Like, I mean, yeah, to a little inflection point where you get to assert some control over what's happening outside of your turn. And counter exists as kind of like an extra thing to look out for if you're a melee character. I might get a chance to retaliate if this enemy misses me, and yeah, and also as an added kind of liability, right? The melee combat's supposed to be riskier too, so enemies can counter you as well.
Now Pulf asks a great question, because one of the things I was going to say originally when I looked at this, and I literally brought up jump, is I was like, oh,
Sure.
The other nice thing about this is none of the actions really revolve a D20 accuracy roll type check except for attempt deed, but jump and prevail and stuff, they do involve a check. But that was a little,
It would just be too easy if you could jump over obstacles. It just, found in playtest. It would, yeah.
Like, okay, all right.
That's a big dramatic moment.
Yeah,
and I
let's just say
felt like
tangent.
Maybe there should be
tangent
things to
moment.
fail.
Why? Van, I want to get your thoughts on this. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Scene. All right. You're fighting inside of an ancient temple, and it's made of these big wooden rafters. It's on fire. The group is attacking the cultists. The priestess is on the top of the altar, this bronze, cyclopean monstrosity. There's flaming pillars that are dropping, rafters from the ceiling, and the priestess, laughs at you maniacally as she begins to summon the greater elder demon, and there's a flaming rafter that has fallen across the middle of the thing, and you're like, okay, cool, I'm gonna run over there, I'm gonna jump over, I'm gonna run through the flames, I'm gonna run up, and I'm gonna attack her and try to kill her. Is at that moment, is the thing that you really want to focus on is, well, I also might fail my jump check and fucking nosedive straight first, head first into this beam.
Could you imagine like Aragorn running up to the thing, then failing his check, slamming into the burning pyre?
Okay, it sounds like you're describing a heroic narrative game, Derek. I don't know what the fuck that is that's doing in Trespasser. This is a game about, waving your torch frantically while you retreat into the darkness. Yeah.
You try to dive past foes and vault over obstacles. Don't tell me you're not trying to be heroic and cool there.
I mean, you gotta spice up.
You use the word vault. You use the word vault. If that said, you try to survive by crawling on your hands and knees past falls, and barely make it across the obstacles. But anyways, generally speaking, it's one of those things that one of my worst memories that I ever had in D&D was there was a scene. It wasn't on fire, but there was a scene, and there was like a bunch of rubble, or maybe it was like a flipped over table. The party was attacking some orcs in their lair or something like that. The orcs had flipped over a table to use it as cover, and the party was attacking or whatever. And then I think it was actually Tim Carpenter's girlfriend was basically like, screw this, I'm charging, across the battlefield, and I'm going to attack the leader guy or whatever. And I was like, in third edition rules, you had to charge in a straight line, and it couldn't be obstructed by anything. Right? No difficult terrain, no obstacles. But I was like, well, that makes a certain amount of sense. You can't charge around a pillar, but you could totally jump over this, thing, even though you couldn't in the rules. You couldn't jump over something. And I go, yeah, you totally do it, make it like joke. And then one of our players goes, actually, there's a prestige class that no one has and no one knows about that gives you the ability to make these skirmish charges that let you make athletics checks specifically to vault over objects during a charge. So I don't think we should allow that, because it's not really the game.
Then you told him to shut up and continued playing, right?
I don't know what I did. To be honest with you, I really don't. That's not even I was a weaker man then.
My response to it is I think it's like again, like what question are we asking? So Tunless's response to your point about Aragorn jumping and slamming into the fiery pillar was that this isn't Aragorn, you're just a normal dude. My question is, well, what question, what do you want the players envisioning during combat? And if the vision you want is that every action's a struggle, sure, I guess. But then that leans towards, then you should
I
probably
mean,
have more checks. Like there should be more checks in the system, right? Rather than most things automatic and
All I'm saying is like
you know,
support doesn't involve a die. You just roll it, you just give him a D4,
right. In a
Yeah.
way, I want to empower the Aragorns in the party to do that because they picked the ability that lets them jump as part of their deed or whatever, right? There's other effects in the game that let you jump as a sure thing. And I wanted to give some weight to that by being like, in regular situation, if you're a regular person who's not specialized in doing this particular thing, maybe it shouldn't be as easy as all that.
So Tunless
So,
is the
yeah.
no actually guy in Derek's game.
Yes, he is the no actually.
I'm the no actually. I thought Derek was the actually. I don't know.
No.
Okay.
The thing about me is it all depends on where I am in the game and where I'm in the system. Again, like let me give you an example. When I'm playing 5th edition D&D, if I'm running 5th edition D&D, right?
Yeah.
And this literally might happen. I can't help myself. This is one of the reasons why Dungeon World is so good for me, because this would happen. And I'm sure there's people out there who would lose their mind about this because I don't care about 5th edition and I don't respect the game as a game, right? It's mechanics, but they're not good. So I don't care, right? Whereas like Torchbearer is Torchbearer is a finely interwoven watch. I'm not just going to throw that stuff around willy-nilly. I appreciate what those mechanics are trying to do. Show me what 5e's mechanics are trying to do. They're not trying to do anything, right? It's just you open up the toolbox. It's not some intricate interwoven set of gears that's carefully keeping time. It's just like half a bagel, a rusty hammer, so we're playing 5e, okay? And I go, Vin, what are you doing? Vin goes, I look, what's going on? I'm like, okay, well, the big orc, he's just stood up. Dust is raining off of his heavy muscular frame. Doesn't look like he has a weapon, but he's grabbed like a piece of stone pillar that it looks like he's going to use it as a massive club. You're like, yeah, him. And Vin goes in and he attacks him. And Vin misses. And, maybe he misses kind of badly. And I'm like, oh, yeah. So you come in and you swing your sword and he just grabs your wrist and then he just punches you in the face and you go stumbling backwards. Take a point of damage and you're like crawling back on your feet. And you're like, wait, what just happened? And I was like, I don't know. I was making shit up. It sounded cool. But in Dungeon World turn, you rolled a 6- and I made a hard move. Right. And in Dungeon World, everyone's like, oh, no, that wasn't fair. But like in D&D, you're like, well, that clearly wasn't the rule of D&D, but that sounds a lot cooler than you miss next.
And by the way, Pulf says in chat, too easy, weak. The action cost for jump is more than enough, IMO. And Pulf, I'm sorry to say that Derek has ensured that jump will always be a check from now on. Because if I ever update it to not be, I know that it'll come at me and say, I did that.
I'll be like, yes, I remember the time I browbeat him.
And let no one think I am not too proud to make my game worse to prove a point.
That is all we expect. That's all we expect here. So you mentioned the different classes and your design around that. So I think this is a good time to get to something that we missed last time, which is callings and crafts. And this is your class system in this game, essentially. And to be clear, in the core game, you don't start off with one of these. You get these one at level 2 after you've gone through the bullshit funnel. But assuming that you did that I'm
going to put my hand up as a person who likes the funnel.
Okay.
I like
all right.
the
That's
funnel.
all right.
Thank you,
Like,
Finn.
not for
Thank
every
you.
game, but for this game, I think it fits. Yeah.
Can we do a poll? I want to leverage the power of your audience for a second.
Okay.
Do you like the funnel? or
Should
not
these
like the
be
funnel?
called classes or crafts?
Oh. I thought it was gonna be fun already.
Well, let's.
Or, sorry, classes or callings. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
calling. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Well, before, like, as he's making the poll, can you explain? Because you have
Right.
callings and crafts, right? So you
Right.
should probably explain what's the bounded by a calling.
Right. Yeah. Well, the idea stemmed from wanting to play a game that had you make a random character, like Dungeon Crawl Classics, which is, where I lifted the funnel session from, even though that's existed for a long time. DCC really popularized it. Love the idea of starting with a random character and then kind of sculpting it into the adventure that you want to play. So Trespasser tries to do that. But I also wanted people to be able to choose their approximate role and play style through a class. So the question was, if I roll a 18 int and a 4 strength, how can I still make a compelling fighter, right? I want to play a fighter, but I rolled a 18 int, you know. And the first answer was, oh, okay, so there's a fighter for each ability score, right? There's a strength fighter, an agility fighter. Yeah, and that's how I came up with the idea, I guess, of splitting most of the combat stuff from your class and calling it something else. And we we entered this weird space of your class being defined by your calling, which is your path as an adventurer, who you aspire to become, and your craft, which is your method. It is your skill set. It is your fighting style, basically.
So
We
what
got
are
a
things
we got a tip
for?
coming in from Delise. Hold on a sec.
Sure.
Delays tipped
Oh, I'm allowed to answer the
$25
poll.
to another
Just do
great
the
Trespasser
results.
stream.
Nice.
I'll catch the VOD. Thanks in advance.
To another great Trespasser stream. They'll have to catch the VOD. Thank you, D. Thank you in advance. Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for the tip. By the way, our super chat goal remains the same, which was we'll do another campaign setting stream, either Forgotten Realms or Kryn, a.k.a. Dragonlance. And then the tip goal is $75 to buy me a Vegas dinner.
So as part of so we haven't gotten there yet. So what kind of stuff do you find in callings versus what kind of stuff do you find in your methods or your
Sure.
crafts?
So we're looking at the calling list right now, and as you can see, it looks like a class list. Yeah, this is where you get your core features from, your core class abilities, but it only accounts for sort of 30 to 40% of your character. The other come from the crafts you choose.
So there's some examples.
we got another tip coming in.
$10. Give me
A
credit.
craft is something like
Thank you, Thaddeus.
Give me Kryn.
a craft is something like flame, where you learn fire magic.
Oh, okay.
Battle, where you learn melee fighting. Hunting, where you learn ranged fighting.
Yeah, so-
Treachery, where you learn how to fight as like a creep.
So so maybe it'll be better here. So we can all say, so the callings are cleric, a pilgrim who can call upon the gods to perform miracles. I think that's pretty standard boilerplate for us. A diabolist, a dark sorcerer who can call upon a demon to fight at their side. So like a WoW warlock kind of, right? With a demon pet, or like a necro from EQ. Invoker, a channeler of the elements who can cause wild bursts of magic. Sounds like your kind of arcane DPS type feel. Knight, a resilient frontline combatant given to protecting allies. Magician, a spellcaster who can sculpt new spells out of raw magical energy. Marauder, a fighter who flies into a wild bloodlust to gain the upper hand. Thief, a quiet scoundrel who can slip into the shadows to ambush foes. And Warrior, a practiced fighter who can unleash attacks in quick succession. So these are the callings, all right? Yep. And then you also pick a craft. And the crafts are basically, the craft in terms of like, okay, that's what you are. How do you do it, right? Like, what is the craft, the method by which you are a knight, or you are a diabolist, or you are. And so this is where you get into these crafts of battle, blood, brawling, curses, earth, flames, frost. Is it accurate to say that you could be a earth knight?
Yeah.
Or
you can.
Storm knight, or a battle knight, or a battle invoker, or some of the names roll off the tongue a little bit better. When I say somebody's a flame knight or a storm knight, that sounds kind of badass. When I say someone is a swiftness knight,
and your your calling, right? Your class doesn't care about your attributes at all. Right. So no matter what loadout of stats you get, you're still going to be okay playing a knight.
Got it. Okay.
But if you have a high int or a high spirit, you might want to choose a knight. You might want to choose a craft that cares about a high int or
so if I want to be the resilient frontline combatant who protects allies, kind of your standard tanky McTankerson, right? Your kind of paladin, heavily armored armiger. I could be a knight, regardless of whether I have a high might or a high spirit or a high intellect or a high agility. However, after I pick knight as my calling, if I did have, let's say, a high spirit, I probably wouldn't want to pick battle or blood because those are going to key off of might. But
you could go leadership. It's a
right,
great spirit,
leadership or wrath or wild. Right, so
Yeah.
I could be a wild knight, right, which is I harness the untamed magic of nature to channel its kindness and cruelty on top of being my knight.
But if you really wanted to be that archetypal like battle knight, right? You get an attribute point at every level, and you can pump up your might and choose battle for your next craft because you get to choose 3 throughout the course of progression.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah. So, that way you can work towards sculpting your character into the actual, the thing you wanted to play, starting from a random place, right? One of the sub themes of the game is kind of
part of
rolling with
me-
the punches.
By the way, I'm going to end the poll here, but it was very, very close. It was 53% prefer calling, 46% prefer classes.
Interesting.
Um,
I don't know what to
part of
make
me
of that.
wonders if we might have started too deep this session, because I feel like we kind of need to start at Trespassers, the chapter before callings, to get an idea of like what character creation really is.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can do
Because
that.
like he mentioned stats, and I don't know if we went over like stat rolls and like.
I'm going to say this. After we've gone through what callings and crafts are, I prefer callings at that point because class to me is an all-inclusive, one-and-done type thing. Now, I know Jackal's and Strike doesn't do that, but in this
I think
case,
it's also about fantasy, right? If I'm picking the warrior class, I'm expecting to use swords. But here, if I'm picking warrior, it doesn't have anything to do with me being a sword, because I could be a fire knight, right? So if you called it a class, it actually subverts the fantasy.
correct. I agree with you. So, all right. So, Trespasser is a game about stepping off your preordained path and making a name for yourself. First level characters in Trespasser are not competent. They are not heroic adventurers. They are commoners with only a few skills. You enter the world with just 4 attributes, an alignment, a past life that gives you a skill, and a couple meager progressions. That's the level 1. That's your funnel. Once your commoner advances to second level, so let me get this straight. You start the game. You're like, yeah, I'm the blacksmith's third son. I all I own is this rusty nail and this scrap of cloth. And let's go into the dungeon and maybe, hey, I survived. I am now a knight of flame. I wield the powers of the fiery cosmos. Am I correct?
You're not incorrect, but you're not entirely correct either. Because
Just making sure.
Passage of time is a factor in this game, Derek. And
do you
have dice near you, Derek?
I have a D6.
Okay, because I really like level 2 Janitor's suggestion of why don't we just actually make a character as we go through the stream. Very fun.
Only because, I don't know if we have a easy, quickly accessible, form fillable character sheet. That's usually But any case, you once you get to second level, you find your footing. You select a calling for them and a craft that represents their specialty. You can also improve their attributes and choose additional skills for them. If you're playing with the first day rule, then you start with 2 to 4 commoners under your control. Some will meet their end, but from among those that survive, you will select 1 to advance to second level.
Yes.
On the other hand, if you skip the first day, then you start with a second level character immediately. So
we were talking about challenge-based play earlier, and part of Trespasser is that it is this experiment to see if you can make a game that challenges you in every aspect of play, each of the pillars of play, right? That challenges you in the exploration mode, that challenges, and I want to challenge people in character creation. From the random weirdo they end up with, the tax collector who's really smart but really slow, can they make an interesting character out of it?
I mean, there's something to be said about that, right? Like it's not like my favorite thing in the world, but Traveler has the life path system. Even Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, right, has that system where you roll randomly, and if you take that, you get bonus build points. But then if you re-roll once, you get some build points, and then if you still don't like that, you can pick whatever you want, but you don't get shit, right? And so the person who can make the random weirdness work ends up with a stronger character, even if all of it was just kind of randomly, All right.
The goal of the system is also that you never end up with an unviable character, and I think it's
as long as you make decent choices along the way. Yeah.
So you start with 0 in all 4 attributes. You roll 4d4 and increase your attributes based on each result. So
interesting choice. Because
Yes.
wait, so the
So if you roll a
there's
one,
no-
you get plus
is
one
there an
might.
attribute and an attribute bonus, or is there
Nope,
just the attribute?
it's just an attribute, and there's 0 to 5.
So
So
if
you
I
start with zeros, and yeah.
so if I rolled 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, I would have a 4 might and zeros in the rest.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
But you're likely going to have a little spread, right? You're going to have a little peak and a little valley. And
Correct. You'll have probably, something you'll probably have like a 0, 2 1s, a 2, a 3, and a 4 would probably be very rare.
Yeah.
At the start of the game. Then you roll a starting alignment for your character. Ooh, that's saucy. That's spicy.
Well, alignment's a bit different in this system.
Oh,
which is
yes,
on the
that's
next
right.
page.
It's more of like a demeanor, right? A nature.
Yeah.
A trait.
Sorta.
Yeah, trait.
Yeah.
Then you roll to determine your social group that your character comes from. You roll to determine your former occupation. You increase attributes and gain skills accordingly. Then you set your key attribute to the higher of might or agility. You'll make your combat abilities off of this.
Yep.
And equipment, you will write down the possessions granted by your former past life. If you are a formal noble, you start with quilted armor and one normal weapon of your choice. This is assuming you're using the level 1 first day rules, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Alignment is a set of 2 dominant traits, a flawed representation brought about by the circumstance of your past. You gain your alignment randomly at the start of the game, and it is likely wrong since you have not yet lived the years that will define you as a person. Someone of gentle disposition may think themselves
Yeah, your
weak.
coolest shit didn't happen in your backstory. I'm sorry. The coolest shit happens during the adventure, and it's going to have to. Yeah.
I always like that. A person of generosity may turn away from that virtue when greed makes an offer them tempted enough to tempt them. Once per play session, when you're about to perform an act or make a decision that lives up to your alignment, you can affirm one of your traits. Explain how this action proves that trait to be correct. If the judge agrees, you gain 1 experience point and fill in one of the diamonds to the right. Then, if your affirming action requires an attribute or skill check, you get a +2 bonus to that roll. Once you've affirmed an alignment trait 3 times, you have fully embodied it. From then on, you also gain an extra spark if you succeed on a check while affirming that trait. An extra spark is like how you can like buy extra effects with some of your powers and deeds and stuff like that.
Yep.
Denying traits. You can also choose to deny one of your traits when you perform an action or make a decision that shows it to be wrong. Follow the same process as affirming, gaining XP and a bonus to your roll, but we fill in the check boxes to the left, the diamonds to the left. When you've denied a trait 3 times, you have disproven it. Work with the judge to determine a new trait to take its place. Thoughts?
Yeah, and I don't like how denying traits works, like this is my first pass at an alignment system like this, and this is not a placeholder system, but something's going to be added to it. I feel like it's missing something. Yeah.
Yes.
I love the fact. Sorry, denying is the one I like the more of the two, mostly because I like that when you essentially you can't pre-script it to have something that is always easy to deny, therefore always get a bonus to the check. Because if you deny it enough times, you have to change it. I like that. I just like that balancing twist to it. As to whether how it works as a narrative system, I'll leave that to Derek because I don't care about narrative systems.
Well, the idea here is the system should be right. So this encourages you to either agree with or distinctly oppose your alignment, which is fine. But is not the natural progression of this going to be ending up that you end up with 2 alignments that you like that are triple affirmed and you just always get a spark with?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was reading
Well,
chat.
like I said, if the deny is maxed, you have to change it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you
So
do.
you can't get 2 you like, but you always
Well,
always
no,
have
you
one like.
no, you could, because let's say I start with daring and greedy, and I'm like, I don't like greedy. That's not what I see my character is. So I'm like, and it's like there's an action where I'm about to do something, and I'm like, no, we will split the treasure. I am not greedy at all. And then I deny it 3 times, and so then once it's done, I work with the judge to determine a new trait to take in its place. Because I like daring. I'm continuing to be daring. I've marked it 3 times, and now I've got it so that I have an extra spark every time I'm daring.
Yeah, the random roll was right about that. It
Right.
successfully assessed that
So
you are a daring
now,
person.
so
and
now
affirmed it.
after
Yep.
after denying greedy 3 times, I work with my judge to determine a new trait to take its place, and I go, yeah, I really see myself as being more honest. So then it's honest, and then I play that, and I get 3 boxes, and now I have daring and honest, and they're both full of 3 boxes, and they're never going to go away, and that's just my alignment now.
Yeah, well, they may go away because some effects can change your alignment, like getting hit on the head really hard and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I can say, and I'm not sure if this is a meta consideration, I only get XP when I fill in the box. So it's kind of to my advantage to keep picking traits that I deny, because then I get a new one that I also am not, and I'll pick one that I'm also not, so that I can keep denying it, so that I can keep marking XP.
I'm not even sure if this should reward XP. You know?
It's a bit. I'm just saying, like, so somebody's like, "Hey, I really like my traits. I'm going to affirm them." And they do that 3 times, and they do that 3 times, and they're like, "Look at me, I'm daring and courageous." And they're like, "Cool." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna keep picking things that I don't think I am, or even if they are, I'm just gonna deny it just so that I can be like, nope, I'm not that either." And then I'm just going to keep denying it. And then when it fills up, it resets, and I get a new one. And that means I can keep denying it again, so I can keep stacking up the bonuses and the XP.
Yeah, I don't think you stop gaining XP when it's full. It
okay.
should specify that, but that's not my intention. You're supposed to always be rewarded for acting on your alignment.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then, okay, then that's a little bit different. So,
it's interesting because my read on the system. All right, so I always want to step back. First of all, to the chat. Hey, this is a system in progress. If you're surprised that the creator's like, "Oh, I'm not sure about this whole system in general," don't be surprised. This is how that works. And don't judge this too hard. Like,
right. This is version 2.0x, not version final, 2 final, actual final, dot final, comma final, v3 final.
Printing in 2 weeks.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Oh my god. We're not there yet. This is a construction site. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of this
it's a good
stuff.
construction site. It's a pretty polished construction site. So it might fool people into thinking that this is fun. But going back to my point, I always want to ask the question of what is the point of the system? Because like, is the point of the system to get people to act in narrative as their character would act? ? Because my favorite version of that is actually, and I don't remember what it's from. It's from Monster Hearts. It's from something that's like you get XP. Like your character has things like goes into darkness, avoids trouble, or like is like there's like a couple of narrative kind of dot points a character pursues, and when you do that, you get XP. I forget what systems that's from. I think
a lot of PBTA games do that in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite carrot version of getting a person to act a certain way. But
Right. Well, I mean, like, the point of this system, to answer your question, is answered by the first sentence of the chapter, right? Which is this is a character progression in this game is supposed to be a process of discovery about who your character is. And yeah, you're served up this random assortment, but in time you chisel away at it and sculpt who, who you
so
imagine
do
this
want it to
person
get to
is
the point
beneath the
where-
surface. Yeah.
So at some point you want someone to have 2 fully affirmed
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
And at that point you're just benefiting, right? You're getting the spark, you're getting
Do you know how keys work from Shadow of Yesterday?
No.
Okay. So they also are used, John Harper used them in that's by Clintar Nixon, but it's from like the early 2000s. But like John Harper also used it in Lady Blackbird. Do you know Lady Blackbird?
I've skimmed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so the way
Read
that
it a long time ago.
Yeah, so the way that keys work is that a key is like you might have the key of greed as an example. And the key of greed is whenever you like do something greedy, right, you get to mark experience points. But you can also buy off your key. And when you buy off your key, you get a bunch of experience points by going against that in a big dramatic fashion, but then you can never take that key again. And then to get a new key, you usually have to acquire it through play. And so, you might not have a key for a while, right? Until you figure out what you are. And so there's kind of this interesting paradox where you're like, man, if I play against my key right now, I could level up this session, right? And so like there's a temptation for you to be like, I want to be like, no, I'm not greedy. I've come to love these people and I want but then your character is forced to forever change. And it provides that experience point. And I think like too, like you get like 1 experience point if it's like a minor version of your key, and you get like 3 experience points if it's like a major version of your key. Anyways, but in terms of like rewarding the XP part is the part that I think is kind of interesting, because I don't know, I see it like, or even like the second part, you get 2 random traits, and then once you deny one, you work with your GM to pick one. Is it too weird or crazy to think that you would like roll the new one randomly too? I kind of like
you cross off the old one from the list and
cross off the old. You can't have that one. You can't have anyone that you've had before, but then we roll a new one. And we're like, okay, we know that your character isn't greedy. Good job. But are you you know, generous, you know, or
Yeah.
are you humble, you know?
I
And you're
really
like,
like that.
I mean,
that'd be cool. Yeah,
I think that's kind of cool, you know.
maybe you could narrow it down to just a virtue or just a vice, you know,
Right.
depending on what you wanted to do. But
And I like that you have the virtues and the vice, but also thrown in there are the oddities.
right, yeah. And if you roll a virtue and vice, right? You roll 2. If you roll doubles, they're contradicting, right? You can't be generous and greedy. So then you throw those 2 out and you roll oddities instead because you have a weird alignment. You don't have one of the kind of normal ones. Yeah.
But anyway, I think it's kind of a cool system. I mean, I think it's interesting.
Something.
All right, past life. You roll d20 to determine what social group you are, all the way from an outcast all the way up to nobility. And then roll on the corresponding table to discover your previous occupation. You gain those attributes, skills, and equipment. Once then you pick either might or agility, which presumably whichever one's higher, because that's going to be used for accuracy checks in combat. You have all the combat values listed below. Some are written on your track already. Fill in the others. So your skill bonus starts at +1. Your skill die starts at a d6. Your hit points are 5 plus your might. So we want might for hit points. Your speed is 5 plus your agility. So we want agility to be able to move more squares on the battlefield. Our initiative is agility +1. Our accuracy is might +1. Is it always might or is it sometimes?
No, yeah, that's a typo, right?
Okay.
It's higher of might
Might or
and
agility, yeah.
But yeah. Also in the chat, somebody pointed out your level as a commoner should be level 0, and I agree. It was in earlier versions. I changed it. It caused a lot of confusion, but it should be your level 0, right?
All right.
And then yeah. So I'll be changing that back probably. But I've gotten a lot of feedback like that.
Your guard is your combination of your armor plus your agility. Your resistance is your spirit. Your prevail is with your intellect, and your tenacity is your might and your spirit. We talked about those when we talked about the combat thing. You start with a crude weapon, a melee weapon that deals 2d4 damage on a hit and can topple the foe if you get a spark. Your weapon is typically a repurposed tool from your past life, and if you're nobility, you can start with some little bit of armor.
Yeah, so like the ship's captain is swinging the broken, steering wheel of their ship or whatever.
Right, and then he becomes the Knight of Fire. I'm sorry, the Knight of Wind and Waves. I command the lightning.
No, he's starts at level 2, right? He's got, maybe 1 or 2 little abilities like that. And it's because he was struck by lightning that traveled through the mast on his ship. And it's been latent in him this whole time. It is only now just awakened. And then he always had it though.
And then up has always been dumb. Let's not pretend it's been a little bit.
And then we have a bunch of rules for playing the first day, highlighting again why funnels are stupid. Like for example, hey, you're really excited to play this game. Oh yeah, focus sounds so cool. You gain it and you can use its possibility. I'm finally excited. I get to play Trespasser. We're sitting down. Yeah, babe, we're gonna you do not have or gain focus. Womp 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 womp. So
listen,
wait.
Yeah. You don't teach the players about focus when they're in the funnel session. In the funnel session, you just introduce it to your friends by running the funnel session.
Right, and they go, what's so special about this game? It's crap. And you're like, no, you should have stuck with it. They're like, no, this was nothing. Like this felt like bad 5e.
Everybody who plays a funnel session loves it, actually. Like 90% of people who play it are like, this is the most fun I've ever had.
Do you like funnel sessions? Poll in chat, okay? I don't care if it's for this game or for DC crap or whatever.
And I know how you do polls when you want a certain result. So I'm sure there's going to be 3 that are in different ways, and one that is like it's okay.
Literally just says yes and no. Okay, it's all it says. It only
As
says.
the chat votes, I want to point out that hey, look, a funnel session makes no sense when it takes 50 minutes to create a character. In this, it's like fucking 5 die rolls and you're done. Like that's essentially it. That's kind of what
there's
we just
also
went through.
By the way, it's a single click because there's an instant commoner generator that I've made so you can
I mean, look, I could just
it's actually linked in the document, I think, but you can just like
I don't like rating
roll up
systems
3
on the community made digital systems because like then you just get to bigger systems having better systems and just, but it's 5 die rolls. It's not much. It takes like 10 minutes to roll a character. That's kind of why I don't mind the funnel here.
Paul asks a question. He says, regarding the alignment system, you've been very thoughtful with what you've named, or you've been really thoughtful with what you've named things in this. So why such a heavy baggage term like alignment?
Well, this really gets at the core sort of motivation for my design as a game designer, which is fear. Terrible, terrible fear. I've finally made a game that kind of, when you make a game that achieves small time success like this, it's like you've lit a fire in the wilderness in the middle of a blizzard. And there's a tiny fire burning, and it could go out so easily with just one gust of wind. If you do anything wrong, it could just go out. And that's really how I feel about alignment is it's there because I know people like alignment. I like alignment, the 9-point alignment system, but I wanted to do something different with it. Yeah.
It's a
I-
touchstone.
yeah.
You want to keep a touchstone in there.
See-
It's a touchstone I wanted to keep.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Tundalis feels about his game the same way I feel / felt about this channel. The difference is I'm like, please just let this thing go out so I can die. Just let it go out. Let me die, please. Just let me
There's
freeze.
like 12 conditions already.
let me
And
at
if
least-
you
let me
want
freeze
the
to death in the
glamorous
wilderness.
lifestyle of Derek or me, just follow your dreams, and that's where you'll end up. Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think if Battlecry 3 comes out, you shut down the channel.
no, it's the Rise of the Rune Lords adventure path notes, conversion notes, and then Battlecry 3. That's what.
Then you shut down the channel. There's these 12 other reasons.
These are the tolls, the ringing bells of the approaching apocalypse, right? These are like the seventh seal, the eighth seal, when the Lamb comes and brings us, for the end of time. Anyways, we had 70% of people say that. Sorry, 69% of people said that they enjoy funnel sessions, which means that
Derek
no.
be wrong?
Nope. It means of that 70%, 35 points of that 70 points have never played a funnel session. They just think it sounds cool in theory. Okay. Okay. The other 35%, they played one once at a con and it was such a fun time.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah.
That's about accurate.
All right.
It's
I played one
the
once,
children
it's
who
fun.
are wrong. Yeah.
Yes.
that's right.
Okay.
No,
Moving.
the funnel's awesome. Everybody enjoys it. I haven't shown it to anybody who didn't think it was a really good time. But moving on.
I'll tell you this. There's a lot of books behind me.
Hmm.
I do not have a single copy of anything of Dungeon
Dungeon
Crawl Classics.
Yeah.
It's like one of my least favorite games.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I
yeah.
did not know that about you.
Oh, I don't like. There's almost nothing I like about Dungeon Crawl
And
Classics.
this game has so much DCC DNA. Like
And what's
we're
funny-
looking
They're
at
like the
Dungeon Crawl
D32 or
Classics
the
right
frick
now.
it
And what's funny about that is I enjoy or enjoyed Goodman Games products, and I enjoyed that stuff. But man, Dungeon Crawl Classics is
Yeah.
it's so bad.
It's awesome.
It's so bad. It's
so
just
good.
it's
Yeah.
just so bad.
Good.
And the thing is, right, that game is so divisive in so many ways. I can't tell which of the problems you have with the game because there's so many things.
Oh, there's
that
a
are
lot.
strange about the. Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot.
It's like,
There's a
all
lot. There's a lot I don't like.
Anyway.
The Grim Prism says the Laughing Hound, that's the funnel adventure that I include with the game, was a riot to play. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That whole thing needs to be reworked, but
It was great. Yeah, I'm throwing it out and I'm starting from scratch.
All right.
Never-
To
never
summarize the Trespasser chapter, it's just you roll your attributes, you roll your alignment, you roll your past life, and then
Yep.
you roll you assign your attribute.
Right.
count.
So I might
That's
be right. I'm going to roll randomly. I end up with a couple points of might. I'm a hermit, so I get an additional point of spirit. So you could get a 5, right? If you rolled like the actual nuts, right? If you rolled like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then you got
Yeah.
something that gave you +1 might, right? So
Oh yeah,
I'm
that's
just-
on the table.
I'm just a super strong grave robber with a rusted shovel.
Yep.
And then I'm going to go into this dungeon for some reason. And then when I emerge, I will be a knight of flame.
And not only that, but if you roll a pretty high roll on one of your past life rolls, you get,
you get
like,
2.
you might get 2 stats. You might get more. Nobility have a lot more for some reason. I
You know
don't
what? I'm all for
Check
that.
it out.
There is
Check it out.
nothing better than gloating over your friends that you
That's
rolled better than
upsetting.
them.
Yeah. And it's also
I'm
it
bored.
gives you motivation, right? It gives you somebody in your party that you want to protect during the funnel. I got a blacksmith, I
Yeah,
got
yeah.
an I got an innkeeper. This innkeeper is going to be fucking sick if I can get him off the ground. I just,
All right, I'm not gonna lie.
And if you roll a 20 and then a 20, you're the king of
Yeah,
the setting.
I'm not gonna lie. Having Prince and Princess, Queen and King here is badass.
That's sick.
That is
A
sick.
fallen
That,
king.
yeah,
Like,
that
hell
is,
yeah.
that is actually fucking sick. Like that's sweet. Like that's some Fabula Ultima shit, right? Like where you're like,
Yeah.
what's your identity? I'm a fallen king, a warrior vagabond who travels the land.
And we talk about DMing being a heavy lift in 5e, right? I was talking about that before. This is the game writing the story for you. This is the game,
listen,
giving you all the parts.
You don't got to tell me. I mean, this is why I play RPGs, because I don't know. And I don't want to know. You know what I mean? I want the game to do that for me and then have me and my friends be like, that was sick. Not like, oh, yeah, that was really cool microfiction you wrote there, man.
Yeah. I mean, and
Yeah,
it's a great,
that main character totally isn't a fantasy version of you. I completely agree.
So just as a quick clarification, just so I have it all locked in my head, on page 83, you've got the character advancement table.
Yep.
And that you say attribute points at level 2 is 2, level 3 is 3, level 4 is 4. Is that meaning, do you get 3 at level 3 or do you get 1 at level 3?
You gain 2 when you first advance to second level, and then you gain 1 from every point thereafter. Every level thereafter.
So this is a free unspent. Okay, all right, got it.
Yep. So you'll end up with around 15. You can have more or less depending on your past life, but that means you can go 5-5-5-0, right? You can max out 3 of the 4 stats.
Right.
It also means you can go for more of a mix. But yeah.
Cool. So that's so essentially everything about your character's past and their attributes is all separate from their callings and crafts. You essentially all have it all locked in before you get there.
I couldn't help but notice that you end up with 2-4-4 in terms of deeds, light, heavy, and mighty, which is basically the same progression as At Will's encounters and dailies from 4th edition. Do you think that is some magic number?
They copied me.
Okay.
No, I think it's not a magic number. It's just this gets into our talk about horizontal and vertical progression. Right, is that this game is very concerned with horizontal progression. It is handing you new abilities at every level. It is giving you a bigger toolbox. And right, I found that if I wanted to keep combat snappy, right, it would have to be like 3 or 4 rounds at the start, because that's how much stuff you have to do. That's how much your toolbox is going to accommodate. You have 1 or 2 abilities or whatever. But as you level up, you gain more and more. And I realized combat needed to be a little longer to accommodate a toolbox of that size, because it sucks having things that you don't get to use eventually. I arrived at this, which is why HP intentionally outpaces damage by a small amount.
To be clear,
that is so that combat goes from being 3 to 4 rounds in the early game, where you don't have a lot of different levers to pull, to being more like 6 or 7 rounds in the latest stages of the game, when you have a big toolbox and you want to use more of it. So that's very intentional kind of hidden design in the system.
Because you know that 4th edition, that's exactly what 4th edition did, right? Like they purposely made it that, well, they wanted combat to be more long, in terms of round duration, because they're like, hey, you now have 4 encounter powers plus utility powers, plus you have a host of daily powers. If combat's are over in 2 rounds, you're not.
If you're asking if I looked at 4E before I started designing this, the answer is yes.
No, but what I'm saying is,
I did come up with this all on.
No. I'm saying that that is criticized often,
right?
Because it's like, high level fights in 4E can be a slog.
Yeah, I don't think they ever reached slog status in this game.
See, like one of the changes, like, okay, so like if you take a striker, one of the things that I always said is like, I want my striker to be able to, at any level of the game, have a really good chance of killing a normal monster of their level approximately, right? Like straight up with a daily power, right? Like, or bloodying a monster, half hit points with an encounter power. Like if you're a striker, that's what you do. Like if a striker goes in and uses their daily power and like the monster's only down like 10%, hit points or something like that, or like 50% hit points, I'm just like, what are we doing here? And so for me, I this is a tension that I actually don't really have a good answer to, because I hate long combats, but I also wish combats were like 30 rounds.
Yeah.
Right. And Vin, you know, I've had these conversations before. It's like,
Absolutely.
you're like, I want a combat to take 30 minutes and I want it to have 15 to 20 combat rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Which is impossible.
Which is
actually impossible.
Actually impossible, because I want to make a lot. I mean, a lot of Pathfinder 2 fights feel like, I don't know, like submarine warfare, right? Where you're just like, you know, you're kind of jockeying for position. You shoot a torpedo, and then a round later, someone's dead. You know what I mean? Like that was the intensity of the battle. There was like no back and forth because the battle was over before it began. And you know, so
well, that's the thing, right? So the reason I left Pathfinder 2 and made Vinfinder, i.e. my freaking off branch of Pathfinder 2, is because for me, I wanted those long epic battles, but I didn't want them to be boring, unlike default Pathfinder 2. So I had things like monsters be able to spend an action to bleed off a condition, and therefore allow, like I put in all these 4E elements to it. And towards the end of my campaign, I think some of my combats went for like 3 to 4 hours, but the players had fun. Most players had fun the whole time. One guy always hated it, but the rest of them, all 6 other players, had fun the whole combat. That's really difficult to do with default PF2E rules. But you're right. Like, would I love to have that much pageantry and drama in like an hour? Like half an hour. I think half an hour is actually too short for like a proper end of the game boss battle.
No.
Like,
I'm talking about, you know, regular combat.
Regular combat should be half an hour max, and that's just so hard to do in modern systems.
Yeah, I agree. At least by giving them a lot of choices to make, you know. And it kind of circles back. It's kind of a tangent here, but like Beowulf today in the Patreon Discord was like, I can't. It's been 50 years. You know, how do we not have a gridless, hexless, you know, theater of the mind game that is also tactical?
It might be impossible.
No, I don't. I
know. I mean, you know, I've worked on this for a few years. It's enough time to fall in and out of love with a project, right? And in and out of love with this, and that's happened several times for me with this game. If I were starting today, right, there's so many design lessons and ideas I came up with in the late stages of this that I think, oh, that should have been the foundation of the game. And here it's just grafted on, or it's incorporated to the best of my ability. But I would love to create a new game with different first principles, you know, that isn't modeled after D&D or anything like it, that does exactly that. Yeah, accomplishes tactical interest without.
And this is the pot calling the kettle black here, but it's like, you know, I've heard it said a lot of times that like if you spend a lot of time, you know, especially if it's like a part-time procedure, right, you have all these revelations and you keep trying to change that one game, and like the better thing is to publish your game, and then just your second game is different, you know, like maybe, and it builds off of what you built. And I say that's the pot calling the kettle black here because I was like, no, I'm going to make one game ever. It's going to be the most perfect game of all time, and it will never have anything that I would do better or different in it ever. So,
which is why he'll never make a system.
Absolutely not. Well, also because my thing is, people are like, well, you can't have both. I'm like, yes, you can if you have an elegant enough solution, right? So it's like, that's my thing. Is like, yes, there is a way to do this, and they're like, well, what if there's not a way to do that? And I said, well, then I'm not doing it. Like that's just not an exception.
So level 2 janitor says, I don't
Pulse.
think that sounds impossible at all.
Yes, I agree.
And I
know what the solution is, and you're not going to like it. You know what the solution is? Board gamey mechanics.
Sure, but I still don't know which mechanics it would take.
Like, did you watch The One Ring? Probably not. Did you watch The One Ring first look?
No, only bits and pieces of it.
So it has this kind of like, you have like different like it's almost like Final Fantasy, it's almost like JRPGs where it's like you kind of have like back row, front row kind of elements, and like it has this really interesting thing where if one side outnumbers the other side, they get to decide like the pairings between combatants first. So there's kind of like this advantage to outnumbering your opponent, but it's not done through grid positioning. It's done through like target assignment, you know, kind of in a weird, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
But I thought it was a really good idea of, because I agree with level 2 janitor completely. Tactical just means you need to make a lot of meaningful decisions. It doesn't mean that you need a grid. And I agree with that. I think people see tactical, they think grid based. And no, tactical to me just means you're making tactical decisions.
Meta decisions.
Meta decisions. Yeah. Casey, 13th Age is fine.
Have you had a chance to play it yet? Like,
Me?
have you? Yeah, 13th
Yeah,
Age.
I've done several 13th Age campaigns.
Okay, someone else was talking about they hadn't mentioned. You thought the fungible distances weren't quite enough to solve the theater in mind problem.
It's not my problem with 13th Age is that it didn't feel tactical enough to me because it was just very much like close, nearby, far, and it's very just like 1d4 enemies nearby in a group, and it's like it's kind of, I mean, it worked for me, it worked for my group to be really wishy-washy and just be like but it didn't feel like you were making these like really the only thing that gets kind of interesting is like they have this engage status, and then break engagement, you have to pop off or something it's called. I can't remember. I don't think it's called pop off, but maybe it is called pop off. But like once you're engaged, you can't leave unless you make a popping out check or whatever. But if you fail the check, you could still pop out, but then they get an attack of opportunity or something like that. Grim Prism says it is. Okay, I wasn't misremembering that. Yeah. I mean, anyways, we're going off on a limb.
Anyway, so yes, we got level progression. We've covered and how to create a character, which kind of leads us into what we started off with, which is your callings and crafts.
But and as you can see, which we've had this table up for a little while, but you can see that you get 3 crafts over time, right?
Sorry, yeah. There
finish
we go.
it. And,
you get your first when you really start playing the game at level 2. And then you get another one at 5, and you get another one at 8. And personally, I feel like that feels like an absolute perfect progression. I hate it when you get things at like level 10, like that, like define your character. Like, no, like the latest that you should get something that's like important to your character should be like level 15, 13.
Like the 3/4 mark.
Yeah, like the 3/4 mark, So 8 is perfect. I think this progression here is very nice. It reminds me of what class in Pathfinder 2 does it really well? The Thaumaturge. Right, you get your 3 implements actually not like in a normal Pathfinder 2 fashion. Normally,
you get them like 2 and 5 and 7.
Yeah, you get them like normally it would be like you get your second implement at level 15, and you get your third at 19. You're like, oh, gee, thanks.
And the Grim Prism says, no, we need 3 light deeds, and that's not the case because the light deed becomes increasingly irrelevant as the game progresses.
Yeah, but in 4th edition D&D at 21st level, you get a third at will.
Right, and I didn't like that. Yeah, I don't want to write that on my sheet. There's not enough space.
That's why
Can't go onto a third sheet.
That's
Derek.
why you use a deck of power cards. Although my players didn't even use a deck of power cards. My players used 3-ring binders with the 3x3 trading card grids, the plastic slip covers, and they had their power cards tucked into those so they could flip through them and had different sections for this power, this power, this power. And then they would use a dry erase marker and mark an X over, or flip the card upside down so that they knew it was spent.
Mm-hmm. And
I hate all of this. This is awful.
Yeah.
Vince's like, I hate all of this. This is awful. How do you record your usage of
laptop? So we play with laptops at the table. I guess the modern new way.
That's disgusting to me. Power cards are less disgusting than me, but I also don't like them. Check a fucking checkbox on your character sheet. It's not that hard. Write in pencil and don't smash the pencil in so hard you ruin your character sheet for
no. Tip. This is an old school tip that these people do not understand anymore. All right. What you got to get yourself is some satin. The type that's used for like gift wrap. You got to get some satin Scotch tape. You put that over sections of your character sheet that are frequently written on and erased. All hit point box. If you look at all of our old AD&D 2nd edition character sheets, or even our 3rd edition character sheets, the HP box has a piece of tape on it so that you don't erase through it from your constant erasing and erasing.
Well, my character sheet has tracks on the top for paper clips so you can slide them back and forth, which I think is pretty great, but nobody in the world plays in person anymore. Right. They're all on their goddamn computers like that. So
yep, I'm the only one here is remotely with the times.
Now, by the time we got to 3rd edition, you might say, why didn't you do that in 3rd edition? Because in 3rd edition, we started creating combat separate worksheets that were just used to track spell buffs and the 75 different magic effects that you had on your character. My favorite was that in 3rd edition, if you cast a AoE dispel, it would keep trying to dispel a spell one at a time until it dispelled a spell. So players in my group would put like useless buffs on their characters.
Yeah, as the cover buffs. Yeah,
as just 100%. The cover. Yeah, just the cover.
There is a
100%.
question for me in the chat that I want to answer.
Yeah, you can answer
Tundalus-
that. I'm going to grab something from.
Sure. Tundalus, do you plan your character progression to stay at level 10 max, or do you think it will go past up to the traditional 20 max? And the answer is stay at 10. 10 is all I envision for characters, for player characters. Monsters might be more powerful than that, though. And
So
yeah,
I
that's
do have a
something we'll
question
see.
regarding that. So obviously I hate it because fuck 10 level
Yeah,
systems.
fuck
But
10 level systems, yeah,
the
naturally. Because God
DC
forbid a level should signify anything about the stage of the game you're at.
Well,
should
yeah, it
just
should be 20.
eh.
Anyway, putting that on the shelf for now, DC 20 does an interesting thing, and to be fair, like older versions of Dungeons & Dragons did a similar thing, where they had essentially prestige levels or uncapped post-game levels, whereas like you don't get the same progression as you would from your original 10 levels, but
Right.
you get something else instead.
You get like 2 hit points per level from here on
something
out.
like that. What do you think about that as a mid-ground?
I don't see the need. Like later on in the setting chapter, right? Because this is a kit for telling your own story in an original original world that you create. This doesn't come with pre-written lore really, but in the kind of campaign chapter where I lay out how a campaign could go, I suggest there are 3 sort of big arcs from level 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and 7 to 10 that kind of and at that point the campaign ends. When you hit level 10, you shouldn't be that close to or you should be pretty close to the end of the campaign. Hopefully you want it all to match up. Like, yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, but I also like level 10 doesn't mean you're this god, world shaping god like maybe level 20 means in D&D. In level 10 you are a pretty powerful human, but you are still a human.
So
And
say for example, if you were to map it onto 4th edition, where would 10 line up on the level range of 4th edition in terms of your ability?
I think Trespasser just covers the heroic tier. I think
so
it
it
really
just ends at
goes,
level 10.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like and I think that right. Yeah, monsters could go higher, and
Yeah.
and we'll see. Like currently there are monster templates, so you could put the solo template is called the Tyrant, right? You could put the Tyrant template on a level 10 monster to represent something that's like way stronger than a person in the world.
Right. So
like
so
an
you
epic
say
level
you have like
dragon or
a
whatever.
yeah, say you have an
Yeah.
ancient red dragon. Would that
Yeah.
be like a tyrant level 10 or would that be an actual level 14? Like what do you think?
That'd be like a Tyrant level 10. And I haven't tested out the Tyrants too much. Like high level Trespasser play has happened, but at this point, there are other people who have done it way more than I have. Some people have been playing Trespasser for like years. I've had hundreds of sessions with it, and I haven't had the fortune of playtesting it that much. So they're the experts, and you should ask them. But I, as the person who doesn't want to let them down, like, I think probably a level 10 Tyrant is sufficient for everything you need to do in a game. Is as powerful as a creature as you need to have. But yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
So let's pick a calling to look at. Is there one that you think is particularly?
And we
cool
talked about knights so much. I feel like we have to do a knight fire person at this point.
That we have said this a lot. All right, let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at the knight. So these are all clerics. These are demonics. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, the knight. A calling.
And for clarity, you choose your calling. You don't roll your calling. That's correct.
You can if you want to, but you're not required to. A lot of people like just randomly deciding their whole character and all the choices.
So when you take this up, you learn learn a number of skills equal to your intellect value. Whenever your intellect increases, you can learn another skill. Only your initial skills are restricted to the list. And remember, skill just means you're going to add that skill bonus +1, +2, whatever it goes up to. I think +5, is that the highest?
Yep.
To your skill roll. So if you have the skill that would apply, you get to add bonus that.
And you get 1 from your past life, and int maxes out at 5, right? So you at your best, you'll probably have half of the 12 skills covered. Yeah. If you're a super skill monkey.
You could choose any craft, but these are ones that work well with the knight thing. Notice that fire is not there, unfortunately, but you could still pick it. It just maybe doesn't work as well.
Well, they're befitting of a knight, whatever the fuck that means. Are they strategically, like tactically better? Are these mechanically the best choices for knight? I don't actually know. Like people are finding broken combos all the time that combine like totally disparate stuff. So
Yeah, no, this is more
yeah.
like your quick build suggestions.
This is
just
my
your-
quick
Yeah,
build
which is
suggestion.
fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. When you take up this calling, your hit points increase by an extra plus 10. This makes your hit point total at second level equal to 20 plus 2 times might.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
it goes up by 5 plus might per level. So level 2 is 10 plus 2 might.
Right, because level 2. Right, got it. All right, now you get a feature, and this is a reaction, and I can tell that because it has this little down arrow. Your mastery over melee fighting lets you trap enemies where they cannot escape you. When an enemy willingly attempts to move out of your melee range, you can spend a reaction to deal your weapon damage to them. If you deal 5 or more damage, their movement points are set to 0. So basically the kind of the fighter 4th edition, you attack somebody, and if you do, they stop moving kind of ability.
Yep.
And
Yeah, and you
importantly,
can.
it doesn't need an attack roll, which is good for speed of play and also the attribute thing. And secondly, it's all as I said, it's attribute invariant. So if you're int knight, it still works.
Yeah.
And also
you can get this from multiple sources. You can also get this ability from a craft. And if you do, it's not redundant, it actually powers up if you get it multiple times. So
and I think that I struggle with this because I've been that character. I've been that player, but I've also been the GM more times than not when I've seen the look on a player's face where they chose to be a fighter in 4th edition because they wanted to be the cool defender guy or cool defender girl. And, she goes up, she bases up the big enemy, and it's like, I'm a fighter, you're marked, and when you move away from me, I'm going to swing at you, I'm going to reduce your movement to 0, and you're going to be stuck fighting me. And they move away, and you miss with the attack of opportunity, and they go and kill the wizard. And you're just like, there's such this like, I don't know how to describe the look that I see on people's face when this happens, but
Disappointment's part of it, at least disappointment.
It is. So at least here, the damage is automatic. It is questionable whether or not their movement's reduced to 0. But
well, if you're a knight, right, it's not over if you fail at pinning the enemy down, because we'll get into your next ability, Valor, which lets you actually run up and shield damage from allies. So yeah.
Your Valor is our next ability.
Oh, just quickly, can you remind me for damage? Because like if you do minimum 5, is damage only the die, or do you have a static mod?
Damage is the number of symbols. So if it's 1 sword, it means you just roll your weapon die once. Yeah.
So it's always just the full die. But
Yeah.
No static.
Yeah, there's no mods. Yeah.
Which I approve
There.
of.
You can add additional dice because we like rolling big handfuls of dice. But yeah.
I less approve of, but to a certain extent.
Vin, are dice rolls fun? Are like big damage dice rolls fun to you?
I have started really, really, really actually souring on dice rolls for damage. I think the current version of my homebrew, instead of having dice balls in general, every weapon has 3 damage, so heavy, light, medium. So abilities call medium damage, heavy damage, or light damage from the weapon. And so like just for speed of play, I think that's the number one reason I don't like damage. Even when people go, oh, you roll your damage down the same time. I just like going, all right, I deal 5. In fact, for 4E, one of my favorite things is that minions do like fixed flat damage. Like the annoying part is that it's always the one number, and that's why.
In 5e, don't they do? They have like the average damage.
Yeah, they have the average next to the thing. I think it's up to the GM, right? So.
Oh, I don't think I ever rolled damage. I think I just used it every time.
But yeah, I don't like rolling. Like I'm sorry, I'm souring rolling damage. I don't like just die. That's a separate clause. Let's just put the other half. It fucking annoys me.
What if the damage was like 4d12 plus 7,213?
Oh, I have no problems with that. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but like when it's 2d10, which means I'm rolling either 2 or 20 and something in between. I hate it. Like I hate that amount of variance in the damage. I prefer a big static mod and small die to just all die, because all die just feels too stupid and swingy and dumb.
What's more powerful, gaining plus 100 to damage, or making every creature in the world who would ever be your opponent lose 100 hit points permanently?
What is this question?
I don't know how to answer these ridiculous questions.
I'm
I
saying,
feel
would you rather have a
does that mean
character?
everything that has less than 100 dies?
No.
instantly?
Would you rather have a character that does D8 plus 100 damage,
Okay.
but fought things that had 1,000 hit points?
Okay.
Or would you rather have a character that did D8 damage and fought things that had 10 hit points?
Well, this goes back to what we were talking about before, like a long time ago, which is progression. If I'm starting at 10 hit points and ending the game at 10 hit points, then that's a shitty game.
Well,
If
why
I'm
is that a
starting-
shitty game?
If I started doing D8 and I end the game doing D8 plus 100, that's an awesome game.
Moving on. The knight has valor. You start each combat with valor. You could spend your valor to protect yourself and your allies. After you spend it, you regain it at the start of the next round. So you get to do this once a round. Track your valor with a coin or other token, perhaps a glass bead. When you are hit by an attack, you could spend your valor to mitigate its effects. Using your valor is not on yourself is not a reaction. And you can do it on top of taking a reaction. You can reduce damage dealt to you by a roll of your skill die. You could reduce the intensity of a state conferred to you by half. So if you would get one of the effects 6, you get 3 or 4 or 2. Negate any forced movement effect that is part of an attack. So that's like on you. But you could also spend your valor to shield an ally from harm. If an ally in sight is hit by an attack, you could spend a reaction to move up to your speed until you are adjacent to that ally, then spend your valor on their behalf. You cannot use this ability if you cannot reach an adjacent square or if your valor is spent. So you try to pin down the enemy. They move away from you. You get to deal free damage to them. It wasn't 5. They complete their move. They make their attack against their enemy. You spend your valor. You move up next to the enemy and, make them take less damage or do something like that. Hey, $3 from Duncan DT with a tip. He says,
Duncan
Trespasser
DT
is
$3.
okay.
Trespasser.
Hey.
Hey.
I'll take it. Yeah, and for the record, the knight is the most reaction focused class.
As well it should be. I mean, from my perspective, this is everything I want the heavily armored defender to do.
Yeah, and for the record,
control enemy movement, block and protect myself, and be able to also negate my allies from being damaged or hurt.
Yeah, and right, and you can take multiple reactions per round in Trespasser. It's just the first one is free, and the ones beyond that cost a point of your resource.
Your focus or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then at 4, 7, and 10, you get to improve your core feature with one of the following enhancements. There's a list of 4, so you get 3 of the 4 right now. So one of them is perfect defense. After you spend your valor to reduce damage, you can choose to triple the die result. If you do, you no longer regain valor for the rest of the encounter. So
we had somebody play an adventure, and they were telling me about it, and they were like, yeah, the enemies were launching this huge ballista, and I jumped in front of the party with my knight and used perfect defense and reduced it by like 18 or whatever. And they said it was one of the coolest experiences they had in gaming or something.
And the day prior, they were an out-of-work gynecologist going through the...
You could keep harping on that, but I mean...
No, it's awesome. I mean, it's very. I mean, look, it's very cool. It's very awesome.
In the intervening time, Derek, of course. Remember, there's the whole rest of the game, right? They set up their haven. It took them weeks to build it. They met, like-minded people and started building up their fortifications. They started exploring the world a little bit, and then in those intervening weeks, now you're a knight. So.
But I like this kind of decision. This is a cool decision to make. Because if it's near the end of the fight, you can basically do it for free.
Yep.
But if you want to do it early, that's an interesting decision to make.
Yeah, or if you get that really good die roll, that a high number that you want to triple, then it might tempt you. Like, hey, maybe now's the time.
Repel treachery. You can also spend valor to prevent a state from being confirmed entirely instead of just reducing it by half. Valorous Aegis. When you spend your valor to reduce damage, it reduces the damage dealt to each targeted attack. Not just you or your ally. Very cool. And Valorous Counter. When you spend your Valor to reduce damage from an attack, you also get to deal that much damage back to the attacker. Again, I think all of these things sound very cool and very knightly. But notice that none of them involve any sort of right, attack.
The skill roll.
Right. The skill roll. The skill die is the same for everybody, right? So,
Yeah.
So nothing there, does that. Now, you also get talents, correct?
Right. So to cover you, so you have your character, which pretty much determines your level and some of your background, your stat levels, and this is pretty much your first 3 abilities that define you. So if you're level 2, you essentially have all your background stuff plus those 3 core knight abilities. So the what they even call them, the martial
Features.
fortitude.
Yeah.
Your features. Yeah, and then as you level, you get enhancements. So think of it's pretty much the class tables from your PF2 game.
Right.
You pretty much just get that from
now. Imagine, so if we go back up, callings. Nope. I guess it's creating. I guess it's experience table. Oh, maybe it's not. There it is. Here's your character advancement, right? So you get your first stuff at level 2. You get a talent at 3, and then you get an enhancement at 4. And then you get a talent along with a second craft at 5, and then you get a talent at 6 and enhance. So you're going to end up with more talents. You're going to end up with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Is that right?
Something like that. I don't know.
And yeah, three enhancements for 10. Now, if you have a problem with a 10 level game, just double this to 20. And then instead of getting these things every level, just have some levels where you get nothing. And that'll solve your problem.
Yeah. Yeah, or I mean, you can stagger it out, right?
But then this number will go to 100.
Yeah.
And it automatically, it's a better game, right, Vin?
I think so. I'd do a slightly
nonsense.
I'd have your powers be the odd levels and your talents be the even levels, something like that. But sure, yeah, something like that.
You get roughly 3 or 4 things at each level.
Right.
When you
So
factor
just
it
have
all
that
in.
double the level count, better game.
Yeah. So you could easily, if you wanted, Vin, you could break it down to this is level 2.1 and you just get your hit points. This is level 2.2, you get the talent for that level. Level 2.3, you get the deed. And level 2.4, you get the
What if
upgrade.
you tripled it, Vin, and you got 3 times as much stuff?
Again, this is all sound like a better game.
What if you quadrupled it?
You just don't like it being this dense. There's too much you're getting with a single level.
It's about the gradient. Yeah, it's always been about the
yeah.
gradient. Yeah.
And for me, I really wanted to present a totally different experience of play at any given level. The way this game plays as a level 5 character is totally different from a first level.
That's similar
or
to
10th
13th
level
Ages.
character.
Yeah, that's like the same idea behind 13th Age. And to some extent Daggerheart, but I think Daggerheart's kind of, I don't know, it's just different. But yeah.
And we are talking about the same game in D&D where like you're playing the game and everything's fine, and then one day you can plane shift and raise the dead, right? Is that what we're talking about? Right, Vin?
I used to say, I asked me if D&D is stupid too. I will say yes, D&D is stupid too.
Right, Vin's like, I want the level change to be so imperceptible that you will never actually feel like you're doing anything different at any point in the game. I want to boil the frog as slowly as possible so that one day you're fighting gods and you didn't even realize it. You thought they were still goblins because nothing has changed in the game except now you're adding 10,000 to all your damage numbers.
Not quite, but we're close. That's close to one.
I cannot agree or cannot disagree any more than I can. All right, so you get 5 of these knight talents. So one of them is armor mastery. You get to add your skill to armor die rolls. So you get to add that skill die, which increases as the game goes on, to anytime you have to absorb damage with your armor, which is awesome. However, you can also take armor swiftness, where you don't have to reduce your speed when you're wearing armor. You can get battle awareness, where you don't suffer penalty from being flanked or from enemies who have the high ground. Anakin Skywalker could have used this. Charge, which does take 2 actions, but like an action economy enhancer, like Charge from Pathfinder 2, you get to move twice and make a melee attack with your weapon. So you're basically getting 3 actions out of it.
No, you move twice, but then you can spend that 3rd action for.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And you get a bonus if you do.
So it's 2 actions to move twice, but then you also get a bonus if you attack. Okay.
Yep.
So it's basically just like a better movement, but it's a little bit more restrictive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Desperate focus. The first time you succeed on a tenacity check, each combat, you gain 2 focus.
Yep.
Determination. The first time you reduce to 0 hit points, you automatically succeed at tenacity checks until the end of the round. So the first time you go down, you don't go down.
Right. Or you at least survive until the next round, right?
Inspire. Whenever you gain, this is for the characters who are just super masochists and they don't ever actually want to do anything cool. They just want to make everybody else cooler. When you gain focus at the end of your turn, you can give half of it to an ally within sight of you.
Well, it's also like to top your ally off, right? If they're one focus shy of being able to do their cool thing,
Right.
Here, have half of mine. Yeah.
We have a new
supportability.
into the fray on the first round of each combat. Roll twice for your initiative. Use the better one. Provoke is takes an action, and this takes one or more 1 plus focus. Is that what that is? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, it's 1 focus and it increases by 1 each time you use it during a combat.
Got it.
That's
Yeah,
what the plus
so
means.
Convert provoked 2 upon an enemy in sight, and there's no roll for this, right? So if I spend an action and 3 focus, I would give somebody provoked 6.
Yep, you could do that. Yeah. I mean, it would go 1, then 2, then 3, so it would be 6 focus.
Oh,
'Cause
right.
Each time you use it, increases.
1,
Yeah.
2. Got it. 6 focus.
That one
Retaliate.
probably shouldn't increase, right? Some of these have rising focus costs, but I don't think they need to. But yeah.
Retaliate is a new reaction. Whenever a creature in your melee range hits you with an attack, you can spend a reaction to attempt a weapon attack light deed against that creature. So this is actually an attack rather than a just like an auto damage thing.
Right.
One of the things I liked about the reactions is they didn't involve an attack, so I will kind of increase that. Shoving
Yeah,
attack.
but this one costs focus, so you're not going to be using it all the time.
That's
right?
fair.
It costs your core resource.
If you hit one or more adjacent creatures with your next attack, you can shove them. And then supportive. The first time you take the support action each round, it grants a D6 instead of a D4, or increases their support die by 2 steps instead of 1 step. So yeah, so this isn't really your class, right? This is all like features and things that you're doing. It doesn't really involve any of your like core powers,
Right.
basically,
Yeah,
right?
Well,
Like
I'd almost phrase it as like your callings are your features and your what's his face? The crafts are your combat. Crafts is where all the combat powers are kind of sitting.
well, to be fair, most of these
Well, I mean,
are
a lot of this
combat
is
powers.
combat, yeah.
Most of these are
Right.
combat
I mean like powers, like the once per day equivalent, like the mighty deeds and all that kind of stuff. That's all pretty much in your crafts.
Right. Yeah. All of your actual powers are. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
All
right,
right.
they both contribute to what you do in combat, and this is a game about combat. Yeah. There's some abilities that exist outside of that, but yeah.
So crafts represent your specialty in fighting style. Flame craft lets you learn spells that throw heat and fire, while hunting craft grants you deeds specific to missile weapons. If your calling is the type of adventurer that you aspire to be, your craft is the method by which you will become it.
So I do have a question. Do you think so? We covered knight, which is kind of like what we'd expect. I think it's interesting that for most of the systems you've covered, you've touched on pretty much the paladin or equivalent. Like that's always been come up in the chat. Do you think it'd be worthwhile covering like one of the more different ones like Diabolist, or do you want to just move on to?
It's up to you guys.
I mean, I'd love to talk about more of the callings. Maybe we
Okay.
can look at a craft so you can get a holistic look at what a character
Alright.
consists of,
Okay.
and then we can jump back. Yeah.
All
I
right,
don't know.
fire it is.
All right,
Flames.
so each craft gives you 1 or 2 features, so you get more features, and grants you access to a list of deeds, attacks, maneuvers, and spells that you could attempt to do in combat. Whenever you learn a new deed, you can choose it from any of your crafts that you have unlocked. When you advance to 2nd level, you must pick your first craft, and then you can get a 2nd craft when you reach level 5, and a 3rd when you reach level 8. Each time you unlock a craft, you have the option of changing your key attribute, which is what you will use for accuracy checks in combat. Because of this, it is wise to choose a first craft that makes use of one of your better attributes so that you can set it as your key. And here are the crafts. So battle, blood, brawling, curses, defense, earth, frost, flames. All right, so we're going to go take a look at flames. Our flame knight. Your magic lets you command the element of fire, lighting enemies aflame and showering cinders upon the battlefield. Most flames deeds have the spell keyword, meaning they must be performed with a free hand or implemented with a wand, rod, or staff. Practitioners of flame magic excel at inflicting damage to groups of enemies and creating painful hazards on the battlefield. Your key attribute is spirit. It is powered by the burning flame of your passion. When you take up this craft, you may change your key attribute to spirit. So we get 2 features. First is Flame Warp. Your specialization allows you to perform minor magical effects that employ the element of fire at will. So prestidigitation cantrips, basically, with Flame Warp.
With fire.
You can raise and lower the temperature of a space, ignite small fires, blah, 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 blah. If need
love
be, you can make a spirit A plus, good stuff. Like, yeah, you should
Yeah.
still do it. Furthermore, the food you could create with the cook camp action is a fine quality and has depletion die D8 rather than D6.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, why wouldn't you be better at I don't know. Yeah.
Fire affinity. When your study of the element of fire empowers your magic. When you make a casting check for any incantation or ritual that involves fire or heat, you gain an extra spark or on a success. So,
So all your fire-related stuff is going to be stronger, basically. Yeah.
if you want to roll randomly, you can. But otherwise, we have a list of what appears to be 12 heavy, 3 light, and 3 mighty. Now, keep in mind, at the end of the game, you're going to have 2 light deeds, 4 heavy deeds, and 4 mighty deeds. But those are going to come from 3 crafts. So in theory, you could basically pick all of them from flames if you really wanted to. You would pick up other crafts, but you don't necessarily have to take the deeds from those crafts, or you could split them around and pick them up. So if we're talking about heavy, you have 12 times 3 because you get 3 crafts. That's 36 different deeds that you have, and you get to pick a combination of 4 of them throughout the course of the game. So I think that's pretty cool.
Is there a respec option?
Yeah, there is. You can retrain at the Haven to change one of these choices or change one of your talent choices from your calling or enhancement choices. Yeah.
What does retraining cost? Just time or?
It costs time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Like,
So-
I really like rolling randomly at first and then changing if I don't like it. But, yeah.
So the key thing to remember about light deeds is these do not take any of your focus resource. So you can just basically use these at will. They don't cost anything. Is that?
Oh yeah, and Hardrick asked, "Does Trespasser have a ranger?" The answer is not currently. Well, like one exists,
Correct
but
decision.
it's not part of the 8 base callings. But there is a hunter.
It does. It's called a warrior.
Yeah, the warrior will do. the
Wild
ranger stuff
warrior.
for sure.
What else do we need?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why.
There's no
people-
multi-classing in this game because the game is multi-classing.
So our light, we're going to probably use these a lot at the beginning of a fight, right? Is that a safe to say?
Yeah. I mean, it depends, right? Focus, we haven't really talked about it, but it's the resource you spend to use heavy and mighty deeds. Your starting focus is set to your intellect score, which means a lot of people think of int as kind of a god attribute right now, but I don't really think it is, because over time, you generate focus by whenever you don't use a mighty or heavy deed on your turn, you gain focus equal to your skill at the end of your turn.
But does
So,
this mean that
that's-
that an int class would start the ability to use heavies and even mighty deeds potentially?
Yeah. If you go all into int at low level, right, you can alpha strike the enemy, but you're paying for that with less hit points, less endurance, less recovery dice. You lose out on a lot of stuff. But yeah, going all into int is pretty cool. Yeah, you get to.
I mean, that
Start combat with a mighty
it kind of almost gets you to like a sword sage versus like crusader kind of vibe, right, Vin?
Yeah. No, it's curious because it's a mid-weight system. It doesn't have a lot of the checks and balances of a heavier system, right? When you pick Sword Sage, you're locked into Sword Sage with the whole the casting system and the power recovery system and all kinds of stuff. Here, if you are high int, you can use whatever
Right.
deeds you have access to. So it's an interesting. It's a difficult balance,
But
yeah.
Yeah, but
accuracy is always going to be might or agility, right?
well, no. By picking flames, we could change it to spirit if we want,
Oh, okay.
right? Because each one gives you an option of changing your key
Right.
attribute.
But then, okay, got it. Okay. I got
So
it, okay.
your first one, you want to pick one that works with your best attributes.
So it's
you can set
only
that. And
if-
from then on, you can leave spirit as your 2-hit roll forever.
Got it. So Cinder Sweep. This is spell attack versus guard. So this is basically versus guard is like AC basically. This is a path 4, which basically means it's 4 contiguous squares, like in a like as if somebody was walking.
Yep.
It if you hit baseline, it creates a field of smoldering cinders that deals skill, which I assume means die roll, or does it mean not die roll?
No, your skill attribute. So 0 to 5. Yeah.
Got it. So it creates a field, basically it creates dangerous terrain or hazardous terrain. And then if you hit the people in that, it deals your skill die and damage. And if you generate a spark, which means you hit by 5 or more, you can push people 1 square for each spark, right? So if you generate a bunch of sparks, you could.
Yeah, I mean, sparks do a few different things. You can spark to add damage. You can spark to do, yeah.
There's the generic things that sparks can always do, but Cinder Sweep specifically gives you an additional thing that you can do with spark. But you can only use that spark ability once, or you can use that spark ability multiple times.
You can only apply it once to a single roll, or once to a single use of the ability. Yeah.
Okay, so because you already get +1 sparks just for being in flame, you'd get 1 automatically.
No, you only get that if it's a incantation or ritual, and these aren't incantations or rituals.
These don't count. Okay.
Incantations and rituals are like the rituals from 4E.
They're like the non-combat stuff.
Yeah.
Flame Tongue looks very similar, but it's a close path. What's the difference between a path 4 and a close path 4?
A close path must originate in an adjacent square, while a path can be drawn anywhere within your spell range. So if you're using like a wand and you have a very long spell range, you could,
got it.
Yeah.
So
Does the system have lines, or does it just have paths?
Just has paths.
Yeah, it's breaking my mind, man. That there's a page on your AOE's.
Lines don't make freaking sense on a grid.
Whoopelstein, $10. Thank you for your donation. Thank you, Whoopelstein. I appreciate that.
I don't want to be calculating the slope of a line.
Thank you so much, Whoopelstein. It's interesting because
paths are so much faster.
When I played 3rd edition, so like when you've got Whoopelstein, did you actually type thank you for your donation, or did that like automatically get filled in for you? But thank you, Whoopelstein. I just realized, I was like, wait a second, is that what you typed, or is that just something that got auto-filled? But thanks, Whoople. When we used to play 3rd edition, we had those little retractable ID card, like you clip them onto your belt. It's like a little circle, and it's got the little string that attaches to your like ID card, and that way you can like pull it off your belt to scan in. It's got your ID, your face on it, and then when you let go, it zips back. Well, we used to have those. Those happened to be 1-inch diameter circles, so we would put them underneath a mini, and then you could draw out the line and point it to the corner of any square, and then any square that line touched was affected by the line. That's how you do lines on a square, or lines on a grid, is you just draw a line, and then any squares touched by it are affected.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah.
Or you can just remove lines from your system. Apparently, I find this heretical.
Actually, I don't. I think that once you start doing all this stuff, it's just really, really annoying. Especially because the only real way to do lines is in a grid system is you have 4 straight lines that come out of you and 4 45-degree lines, and that's it. That's weird.
Yeah, the cardinals or the orthogonals and the diagonal. Yeah, I don't know. That's how it was for a while. I just ended up not liking them. And people really like the path shape. It has a good tactile feel, right? You can sculpt it the way you want. You get to count out a little, path on the battlefield. And then there's also a lot of abilities that are like, it's a path 6 and you jump to the end of the path, right? Because you're shooting, you're flying through the crowd of guys.
I have no problems with paths. The idea of like creating a wall of fire that's a path you draw on the map, that's sick.
Okay. How do you feel about cones though? Because in this system, like 4th edition, cones are just basically a square.
I like cones. I hate all of the dumb.
Cones are so terrible. I can't even begin to describe for you how terrible cones are.
I don't care.
Cones are pretty bad.
That's the thing.
Cones.
For me, it's like the fact that the shape is hard to implement doesn't make me not like the shape. The shape makes sense to me. So yeah. That's...
Now I do have a problem with paths.
Okay.
Here's my problem with paths. If I used Cinder Sweep and I created a path that was diagonal on the grid, I would create a field of smoldering embers, 4 squares in a diagonal, which means that a PC or monster would be able to move through that field without actually stepping in any of those squares. Because, right, it'd be the pixelated.
Paths are contiguous. A path must be edge to edge.
Oh,
no
it cannot be no
diagonals.
diagonals. Oh,
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well then,
Because
done.
Precisely because I didn't like that.
No, there's a solution. No, but there's a better
It used
solution.
to be called like Cinder Ray or
Yeah,
whatever, and it shot a line, and if you did it at a diagonal, somebody could just hop over the
Now
court.
you might
I
be saying
fucking
yourself,
hated
you might
that.
be saying to yourself, Derek, wow, that's a really elegant solution, but it doesn't have the same. There is a solution. Use a hex grid. All hex grids are edge to edge. There is no corner to corner. Hex grid is
like
the
being
solution.
wrong today, huh? We
Hex-
just like being wrong today.
I can't even
Hexes,
begin.
they're so convenient, and
Oh,
that's
so-
why we all live in hexagonal houses. That's why they built all those great hexagonal
Exactly, yeah.
castles.
You know what I
that we all
can't
have
wait?
minis
You know what I
of.
cannot
There's
wait?
blocks
with all the-
outside my
You know what I'm gonna
house.
do?
The
Models
bricks
that
that
are
are shaped like
collections.
hexes.
When it comes out, this channel is just going to be nothing but Gloomhaven TTRPG, because although I haven't played it, I have to assume it's hex based because their actual board game is hex based and all their powers are hex based. So if you don't think a hex based tactical grid based game works, or a tactical board, whatever, I don't know what to call it. I guess it's still a grid. If you don't think a tactical hex grid based game works, why don't you go take a look at Gloomhaven? You know, like the #1 selling board game of like all time or something like that.
I have to run away for a few minutes again. Is it
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
a good time to do that?
Yeah,
Thank
we'll
you.
just
I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying it's dumb.
all right, Vin. What do you want to talk? What do you want to talk about?
All right. So so now we've gone over. So this is the heavy mind deed.
No.
stuff.
I put that on pause.
Okay. All right. Trespassers and pause. All right. I am tired of people pretending that levels are arbitrary, and it's what it keeps coming up in the Discord, and I think that's like logically incoherent. It is impossible for levels to be arbitrary if there's a beginning point of the power curve of your system and an ending point of the power curve of your system. So when someone said to me, "Oh, there's no difference between 10 levels and 20 levels," I'm like, "No, you're objectively wrong.
What
there
if
there is a difference?"
What if levels don't affect the power of your character?
So now we're talking about like a horizontal progression system.
Horizontal progression. Yep.
Then you can argue why even have levels in the first place. And I can hear that. That makes sense. Yeah. Like if it's just like, oh, this is the gating process. This is a tracker of how many horizontal abilities you've accumulated.
How many
That's fine.
growth
Yeah,
abilities you've had or
that's a
whatever.
different thing.
you know?
Yeah. Because you're the only reason I'm bringing this up obviously came up in the stream, but also came up in the chat beforehand, which was Derek's love of the 10 level 13th age or 10 session 10 level thing.
Well, I just like that it's over intense. I mean, for my money, you know, I can reasonably assume that I'm going to get a group of people together, and that they are going to be able to stick around for a quarter, you know, for a season, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. It's 13 weeks.
Sure.
My general assessment has been that with a group of functioning adults, I can get 10 sessions in 13 weeks with a pretty high success rate. So that means I'm going to have an 80% attendance rate, you know, a non-cancellation rate. And that means that, and then once you go past that, right, the morbidity rate, right, skyrockets, because once you start talking about somebody about making a 6 month or 8 month or 12 month, you know what I mean? I mean, case in point, people were playing art. Look, people join this Patreon. They pay money to just have the opportunity to just like hang out and talk to me and maybe play games with me. I was paying people to play RPGs with me, and I couldn't get them to commit to beyond playing for like 3 or 4 months before they started falling out. I mean, I think it's just the nature, the nature of the game now. So when you talk about progression and you're talking about the thing, I'm talking about the satisfaction component as well, of being actually able to traverse that spectrum in a reasonable amount of time.
Because Kieran brings up a good point that I've never experienced, which is my sticking point with 20 levels of the campaigns will typically last longer than I want them to because my players view 20 as a goal. And I've never had that. So that's an interesting perspective. Yeah.
I mean, that happened to us in Dark of Winter.
Right.
We were playing Pathfinder 2, Smith was the GM, and we were all like, we're playing. And I had already made my fighter because playing my cleric made me want to shoot my brains out. And we got
You're
to
playing
like
both at the end, right?
Yeah, right. I know. I said obviously I have to play a cleric, but if I'm only going to be playing cleric, I can't do it anymore. Like I have to play something else. And this cleric is so easy to play. My turns take less than 20 seconds. I go, I'll just be a fighter. And you know, at that point, I was like, let me full meme it up. You know, I'm gonna be a human fighter raised by gnomes. We dual wielding gnomish flick bases. It was as broken as everybody said it was ever could possibly be. It was unbelievably ridiculous. But we got to like level 13 or 14 or something like that, and we were like, you know, or like literally like level like 12 or 13, and we're like, all right, you know, we're good here. But I mean, we've come this far, right? Like we should just keep going. So then like we started like really up at the we were like leveling every, you know, like every session or like every other session. And then we get to like level 16 and we were all done. But but it's just like, all right, how about we just gain 2 levels a session and we'll just so we could do it, you know, just to say we did it. And yeah, I think it's natural to view it as an endpoint.
That's so interesting because maybe it's, I don't know. Like part of it is because ever since I started playing D&D, we've always been like, okay, we're starting this campaign at session at level 2, and I expect you to get to level 8. Like usually it's part of the original pitch for every campaign.
No, that's good. Well, I also think it's interesting because in the original concept of D&D, going to level 20 meant like you're like, yeah, and you want to play the next, you know, 6 to 12 months as a king or a queen.
Yeah.
Or a guild master, right? The game isn't the same anymore. Like those later levels of the game were noticeably different in not just the mechanics, but like what you're doing. Yeah. So at that point in time, there were probably a lot of people go, I want to play. Like I would argue that maybe that's part of the maybe that's even the nature of the game. There used to be this level called the name level. For those of you who don't know what that means, levels used to have titles. So like a fighter, level 1 fighter had the title of like warrior, and then like level 2 was like soldier, and like level 3 was like man at arms and like whatever. And then usually you got to like level 9 and it was called name level because the level title for that level was the name of your class. So you were a fighter. That was the name. That was the level title for level 9. And usually that was when you like would get your first batch of like followers, you know, and men at arms or apprentices if you're a wizard. And then the game shifted into domain play mode. And not only that, for most classes, you stopped gaining, for all classes except for Ranger, who only got it to level 11, then they stopped. At level 9, you rolled your last hit die. Right. For the rest of the game, you only gained, if you're a fighter, at 9th level, you had 9d10 hit points plus 9 times your constitution modifier bonus. And then for every level for the game beyond that, you gain +3 hit points. Not +3 plus con, just +3 hit points. Yeah. Just for the rest of the game. So you had this linear power gain, and then it's still linear, but just much, much, much diminished. Yeah. For a lot of people, I'm sure, who had no interest in playing domain level fighter, you know, Lord middle management, you know, oh God, I'm in meetings from, you know, 9 a.m. to 10 to 10 p.m.
Organizing trade deals.
Yeah. It's just like, oh, I got to do PEs for all my hirelings, you know. For a lot of people, probably level 9 was kind of like, cool, this is a cool place to end the game. And if you think about it, it's like, hey, cool, I'm a level 9 cleric. I can raise the dead, right? Like this feels like a capstone ability. Right? Like death has been the big boogeyman. Now I can just use one of my spells to bring it back. And you're like, cool, we'll do that like 1 or 2 times. And then we're like, okay, it's over. And you're like, cool, I'm going to go, I don't know, found a church, you know, and be a vicar or be a, you know, head priest and lead my flock. And we don't give a shit about that domain level play. So I think that there's this natural assumption actually kind of built into the DNA of these 20 level games, AKA D&D, that it is kind of 1 to 10. I would argue 1 to 9. And then the game kind of ends. And even if you look at the spells, you know, it's like, oh, okay. You're like, oh, magic missile. Oh, Melf's acid arrow. Okay, fireball. Cool, you know, lightning bolt. Oh, cone of cold. You know, it's just bigger AoEs. And then it's like death spell, disintegrate, maze, teleport over there, plane shift. Like the spells become very
different.
More powerful in the tens, in the teens, you know. Yeah.
Which is my favorite range of play.
Which when they ever were, you know, before 10. Before 10 it was like the best you're going to get is like fly, you know, like But even then it was like, hey, look at the progression. Feather fall. Levitate. Fly, you know, and then it's like, oh, cool, and then
plane
it's like
shift,
plane shift, yeah, like it's just like, whoa, that was a big step. And so the game really did, you know, change considerably. And again, they removed all that elements from the game but kept all the spells the same. And
Yeah.
So and then they're like, and so you're gonna get all these crazy weird abilities to instantly kill monsters. And but now instead of like having a fundamentally different game, you're gonna just keep doing the same things you've been doing for the past 10 levels, which is going on these adventures and fighting random encounters or full of monsters and bosses and we're now you're gonna just do that till to level 20. Okay, cool, I guess.
Yeah.
And then people wonder, and that's why people would always bitch and be like, I don't understand. Dungeons don't make any sense when characters have pass wall. You're right. You're right. Because the whole idea is like, we've been fucking doing dungeons for 9 levels and we're over that shit. Now we just want to have the easy button, and just dimension door or teleport or pass wall and skip through that shit. Cause I don't have time to be adventuring. I've got to make it to a budget meeting at 3 or there's going to be hell to pay. Let me tell you, the crops aren't doing well. Okay. With these tariffs, I got to figure out something. I got to put pressure on the king and the council of nobles. I got to get my lobbyists in order, right? Like it was a whole different style.
If they don't
of play.
listen to me, I'm going to have to disintegrate some bitch.
Right. I got to.
And
So it was a totally different experience.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, I love the idea of domain level play and that kind of thing. And I will, part of Trespasser is wanting to collapse all of that into the initial play experience, which is why you get your haven from level 1 and get to build it throughout time. So
which I totally respect. In fact, Tundalus is playing in my Torchbearer campaign, and when Torchbearer first came out, it was the first edition. Go figure. But it was written very much as an homage to this book, okay, and in the sense that it was written, I think it even says the original Torchbearer book. I'm seeing if I have it like just laying here randomly. Was written as here it is. So this was the first edition book, and it was written as the basic rule book for levels 1 to 5. So it didn't even go beyond level 5, and it was called basic. It was basically this. And Smith and I, when this game came out, we always were like, oh, are they going to come out with like the expert version of Torchbearer? Are they going to come out with like the companion version of Torchbearer? And we always used to call that. We said it would be awesome if they called it Crown Bearer instead of Torchbearer, right? And it was like a similar style of game, but instead of turns of the grind being, turns in the dungeon and your torches,
like
each turn was like a season. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And the grind was the end of the year. And okay, it's time to do your end of the year processing. But instead of being a torchbearer, you were a crown bearer. And it was almost like a completely different game. But at some point, 3rd edition, they were like, nah, we're going to leave all these spells and artifacts in the game. And by artifacts, I don't mean like, apparatus of Qualish. I mean like legacy items and elements of the game. But now you're just going to be fighting monsters from 1 to 20 in, rooms and corridors. And people were like, this doesn't work. And then I'm like, yeah, it doesn't work. It was never supposed to work. But you guys got rid of everything, but kept other parts of it. And then, it failed. So
it's funny because like it's one of those things where the there's the ground up request from the player base, which was we want to keep fighting stuff. But then there's a systematic, but we have to keep all these old rules, and those two clashed. It's such an interesting thing.
I think you're right, because my experience has been, and Smith and I have fought against this for 20 plus years, which is Smith and I are like domain level play, and then the Tims and the Riches and others like fuck wants to do that, right? Like we want to kill monsters, we want to play EverQuest, right? Where it's like, oh, cool, we have plane shift. So now we can go to the dungeon on the plane of law or the dungeon on the plane of hate.
That sounds sick.
And it's before it was just like the old dwarven keep. Now you're like, it's the bones of a dead god in space, in a plane, and you're like, let's go to level 150. And we just want to literally just keep doing that forever.
Until the campaign ends, and you just start level 1 again.
I don't get it. How do you not get bored?
Well, that's like asking why is there still sword and sorcery fantasy? It's like no, you don't get it. This is like the basal level human instinct you're fighting against.
Well, no, because Vin's right. Because I mean, I don't know. I wasn't like I didn't start playing until like the early 90s, and even then I was young. My guess, my feel, just from even looking, look at all these There's no like detailed logistics subsection on domain management in this book.
Nope.
They by and large, people have sort of embraced two philosophies: keep it super low powered, almost multi-shot-ish, one-shot-ish, like over and done with real quick, or the same thing more and more till the end of time with higher numbers.
Correct.
And
that's why 1d8 plus 100 is a better game.
And the people
that ends at 1d8
clearly were like, hey, you know what I hate about Dungeons and Dragons? How at like level 9 the game ends and it changes into this crazy weird domain management, and I've got like a retinue of followers. I don't want that. I just want my damage number to go up more.
Go up. Numbers must keep going burr.
I mean, think like one of the biggest changes from second edition to, which is very much like first edition, to third edition was they were just like, nope, your hit die go all the way to 20.
Yeah.
9d10. What kind of kids game are you playing? 20d10, baby.
Heck yes. But I on that note, now that Tundless is back, I will say that, and it happened with Vaesen as well, because Vaesen has town building or like a keep building kind of.
Right, because it's year zero engine, right?
Yeah, and I absolutely freaking love this new movement to having a home base as part of the D&D kind of thing.
I agree.
Yeah. Because I love the idea of followers. I don't like the idea of managing followers. So like when I can have I can have this dude who's just making equipment back in town. Perfect. That sounds exactly the kind of depth I want and a really cool addition to the game.
What I'm really interested, Tundless, is so they have rules for like retainers and hirelings and stuff like that in Torchbearer. And they're very limited. Like, so like if you hire like a porter, it's almost like you basically get a virtual 2 extra slots, of inventory. But like, but one of the things about it is like in a conflict, one of the, consequences of a conflict might be like, oh yeah, Greg the porter got killed, so like it kind of abstractifies the retainers, because I've played in BX games where like the party had like 7 or 8 different NPCs, in the party, and they were all like basically as complicated as a PC, which isn't to say very complicated, but they had hit points and an armor class and a weapon, and it did become very cumbersome. But people loved it. People loved having that like big crew, but some people hate that. Some people just want to be like, no, we're the big damn heroes. The Avengers don't have a bunch of 0th level characters rolling around with them.
Or you have like the opposite, where you have like people who are really nice in town and like saving the old lady or whatever. But the moment you get into a dungeon, it's like, all right, Mooks, you're in first into the grinder, find all the traps.
Okay, so let's go back to the PDF.
Sure. Yeah.
So we've got we talked about flame gun, and again, most of these things are going to basically do damage, but if you do particularly well with your roll, you're going to get some additional benefit. And I can remember there's a generic list that you can spend sparks on. Do we know what page that is, Tundless, that I can quickly look up?
Oh, couldn't tell you. It's on the character sheet also, but yeah, I don't know.
Maybe
I guess would be somewhere around 40.
Yeah, I might just have the character sheet here. Let me see if I can bring it up real quick.
But actually, if it's a good time for a digression, I could introduce another hot take right now.
Oh, all right, hold on a second.
Unrelated.
Is this one of our existing hot takes?
Oh yeah.
All right,
This one I really wanted to cover because I kind of have a bone to pick with you about it. So.
Okay, all right, hold on a second. I gotta.
Eric or me or both?
I want to make sure we get to this before the end.
Oh, that's all right. It's your stream. All right, so I've got the hot takes up on screen. So go for it.
All right. Why immersion is fake, but you should be surprised by your character.
Okay.
You did a weird thing in a stream recently. I think it was one of your dungeon design streams, but you conflated the thing that I said in the first Trespasser stream, I think with something Beowulf or somebody else said about immersion. My idea of being surprised by your character has nothing to do with immersion, and I will go into that.
Okay. Because fundamentally, I don't know where you're going to go with this, but fundamentally, when I read this take, I was like, I agree.
Yes.
So we'll see where you end up with. But fundamentally, I agree. By the way, thank you, Gage. I'll page 38. So you weren't wrong by saying 40. But all right. Why immersion is fake, but you should be surprised by your character. Tundless, the floor is yours.
All right, we need to define terms though. Like, what do you mean by immersion?
Immersion is entering a flow state in which the rules of the system you're engaging with seem to kind of vanish, and you are at once embodying your character and fully engaged in the fiction of the world.
From
And I
a
believe,
yeah, from a further bullshit element, the thing that I have heard is I am no longer making the decisions for my character. My character
All right,
is
that's
making
just-
the
that's just-
I
decision.
haven't heard that, but
Oh,
I
I've
wouldn't
heard
be
that.
surprised to hear somebody say
Yes.
that. Yeah, nonsense, absolutely nonsense. I have,
The first
you
part
know,
I agree with though, but the second part's delusion.
well, I mean, I've played a lot of video games in my life. I have watched a lot of movies. I've read a lot of books. I've played a lot of TTRPGs. Never once have I forgotten that I was playing a video game. And but that's not a reason you shouldn't be surprised by your character, right? When I was talking about being surprised by your character, I was thinking of the Vincent Baker
Yep.
statement, right? Draw maps, leave blanks, right? Which he talks about world building. But I think players should do it in the arena of the world that they control, right? Which is their character. You should draw a map of your character, but you should leave plenty of blanks. I don't like it when people show up at the table with a solved character, the character they've already defined fully with they know exactly what this character would do in any given situation, because that's essentially self-railroading, and that's going to lead to dead role play, a flat character that doesn't evolve, right? If somebody brought to me a giant 10-page backstory, I would say, you haven't made a fucking character. You have made like an ice sculpture and it's frozen and it's only going to like melt. It's not going to move. It's not going to move and be interesting and dynamic. So I think, you should absolutely let aspects of your character be undefined. Leave them to be discovered. And then when you have those moments of realization, I hadn't ever considered this situation happening, but I know what suddenly I know what my character would do. That's what I mean by being surprised by your character. And in my opinion, it's like the reason I play role-playing games. It is the best thing that can happen when I'm a player. Yeah.
So that's close to what I was assuming, but my thing is more of like, because I enjoy mechanics taking me in a direction that where the mechanics of the game take me in a direction that maybe I as a player wouldn't have taken my character. And being like, oh, well, this is interesting, right? This is an interesting turn. So like, imagine that you're playing Torchbearer, and because of the nature of the mechanics, I end up, destroying your character's nature, and you become increasingly weird and off-put. And you're like, I thought I was the ultimate elf. I thought I was the ultimate, halfling. And now I've become this weird creature because of the effects of the game mechanic. You're like, that's surprising to me. That's not where I would have taken the character. It's not where my vision for the character would have gone. But the game mechanics took me into a place that was surprising to me. And it's the same thing, like, for example, in Avatar Legends. If your character has this principal track, and if you get pushed too far to the edge of it, if you go off the edge of it, you lose control of your character, and your character basically does something that is out of balance and in line with that, in almost an extreme version of that principle. And, some people rail against that, and they say, my character would never do that. And that's very, like, I find that to be the most boring thing that you could ever say. Like, I'm thrilled that the dice have gotten involved, and the actions of the game and the mechanics and the system that we're playing have gotten involved. And now my character has done something drastic and dramatic, something I would never have chosen, something my PC would have never done, but they have done it, which means that they were capable of doing it, right? My assertion that I know everything about my character, even though it's somehow, I'm not controlling them and I'm not biased in their decision-making, is all nonsense. Instead, I get to be surprised by what my character has done. I never thought my character would betray the party, but I just got pushed off of my balance track, and the GM was like, yeah, in a moment, you realize your loyalty to, your former, nation is stronger than it is to the team avatar that you're on, and you turn them in because it's for their own good. And you're like, whoa, what a development. I'm shocked by my character's development. I'm shocked by my character. That's legitimate surprise. And
I hate everything you just said. Like, fucking every fucking part of that. I hate
Everything he said or everything I said?
it. You semi, but him entirely, right? It's just like fuck all of that, right? Because for me, like, And I guess this is just absolutely highlighting different players, different takes on why they play role-playing games, right? Because like for me, it's very much I play role-playing games to put
To
myself
level
in,
up and have numbers go per.
well, definitely. But between leveling up and having numbers go bar, it's to put myself in to act out a character's role, like an actor, right? So like, and what I mean by that is I have no issues if, for example, my arm gets cut off. Because that's something happening to me, and then I can role play. Okay, it's like Jamie Lannister, right? How does Jamie Lannister, the famous swordsman, deal with the fact that he's now missing an arm? I love doing that. I hate it when the game tries to tell me how to role play my character, and because like that's the fun I'm getting. I like oh shit, my character's fundamentally changed, doing an external impact on him. So if I like, for example, if you put a curse on me, cool. One of my favorite types of curses, like lycanthropy, right? Suddenly, a normal person feels these blood rages and urges to do things he never wanted to do before. I'm fine with that.
So the only thing that can change your character is like magic or magic or maiming. Is that it?
Well, external factors, yeah. So internal changes have to be dictated by me, and external factors can change it. Yeah. So it's like.
So I'm going to counter what you said, refute it. Yep. Prove you wrong, and then actually agree with you.
I think it's possible, but okay.
Okay, and actually agree with you. I was never a theater kid, but I was like theater kid adjacent, and I've been to a lot of plays and performances in my time, and Cleveland has a pretty thriving theaters district. And I used to do some work, behind stage or whatever. The reason I enjoy a role-playing game is for the same reason that I've been told that people in the profession of acting enjoy the profession of acting, ignoring for a moment the paychecks for the very successful ones, but for the other people, is because they don't, if you're on a television show, the director, the screenwriters, they come up to you and say, okay, this week, this is what your character's doing. And your job is to sell that. Your job is to make that believable. Your job, you don't have any input into the fact,
unlike plays, like acting, you're filming scenes entirely out of sequence.
Sure, but like,
I'm
trying to think of an example. You mentioned
not even know the plot of that scene. Yeah,
right. But you mentioned like Game of Thrones, right? And so like,
I'm agreeing with you.
No, but you mentioned Game of Thrones,
so, like,
and so it's
say
like
the actor playing Jamie. Yeah.
So the actor playing Jamie, they're like, hey, look at the script this week. You're starting to fall in love with Brienne of Tarth, and you're like, okay, I didn't have any input into that, but my job as Nicholas Waldron or whatever his name is to make that a thing and to make that believe. Jamie is now in love with Brienne. The actor, didn't have any say over that, right? The screenwriter did, or the show producers did. The show producers and the screenwriters, those are the dice. Those are the mechanics.
Yeah.
They are writing the story. My job is to bring it to life. And the challenge, the fun, is when you go, man, how would I do that? Like I didn't maybe, and you're sure I can improv, I can have my little elements of something like that. But at the end of the day, I got to do what the fucking script says. I can't be like, I'm Nicholas Waldron. Jamie Lannister would never do that. And they're like, okay, well, yeah, but you got to do that. I mean, you're the actor, like that's your job. Your job is to portray the character. You don't get to write the character. Your job is to portray the character.
I will point out that you're now describing the difference between a job and a game, right?
Like, okay, but but what I said is no, but what I said is actors say that, because I said some of them aren't paid. Yeah. They say that's the challenge that they enjoy. The challenge of the game is role playing this character that you do not have control over.
Just because actors say that doesn't mean that's what players want.
What you are describing is the self-indulgent fucks who write, direct, and star in their own movie.
Sure.
And I think that's horrible.
Well, writing is off the table, but I definitely want to control what my character feels about it. Yeah, definitely.
Well, KC says having 100% control over my character's thoughts and feelings is just boring. They become a blank slate self-insert, and I definitely agree with that.
I mean, like, yeah, you can have the perspective, but like in the end, what we're just highlighting is different people ask for different things from these games.
I mean, I think at the end of this is a more lukewarm take than I thought, because I think we're all kind of in agreement, right? Because if I showed up with Ratling to Torchbearer and said, okay, so I'm really thinking Ratling is going to like max out on nature and become a real human, through the course of this, Derek would say, no, Derek would hate that. And if Ratling got his arm cut off, right? In a horrible challenge or something, I would fucking love that, a la Vin. Like I would agree with that, because I want that fuel for the fire. So yeah.
But when rattling fails a check and I allow you to succeed by making your character angry, do you hate that?
Yes.
No, I love that. Yeah. That makes sense. Of course I'd be angry or exhausted or,
Yeah.
like I'm
On the
getting
flip
angry just
side,
thinking about it. Like,
I like when year zero engine stuff goes, I can push this check and choose a condition. I like that because I'm still choosing the condition, right? So it's a bit different.
Interesting. So
that's
if
cool too. I like
so
that.
if you choose it, you're okay with it.
Of course, because I want the control. I don't mind getting condition.
So
I just want control of what the
the
feeling is.
issue isn't that your character is being mechanically forced. What you don't like is that you're not the one deciding.
Yes.
Because
correct.
you want to be a self-insert for your character. Why do you think you personally are in control of everything that you feel and think, and that other
Absolutely
people
not.
have? Okay,
No,
so
no.
but your role
But it's
playing
like-
character, but your RPG character is.
Yeah. Because it's
Okay.
like because so the classic truism about books is books don't play out how reality plays out. They're how you wish reality played out.
I mean, there's some pretty depressing books.
Yeah. But it's like, and even those the depression books are way more in many cases, not all, many cases more depressing. Like things line up even worse in the book than they would in reality, right? It's like, or like a horror movie. Why wouldn't you just leave and go to the local church? They don't, because if they left and went to the local church, the horror movie would end. So no, they make the worst possible decision and stay in the house, right? For the same reason, I think it's not about reflecting reality. It's a different experience. It's creating experience. Yeah.
I want to do a hot take. Since you got to do a hot take, Tunnels, I get to do a hot take.
Sure.
Demystifying combat as a fail state, the worst take the OSR has ever produced. Please. So the truism is combat is very dangerous in OSR. You can die at a moment's notice. And thus, if your character and your group has fallen into combat, it's because you fucked up, you messed up, you did something bad. And that,
which is why in every OSR game there's a chapter called combat, and when you go to it, it just says game over in big letters, and you shut the book and leave the table. Right. No, these games have rules for combat. They're expecting on, and in many cases relying upon you getting in combat. So saying combat as a fail state has always been kind of misleading. It's implying it's never the thing you want to happen. And that, I just disagree. The thing about OSR is that it wants you to be Batman, right? It wants you to have the combats on your turn. You've planned everything out. You've got all the potions you need. You're coming in from the ledge above the enemies. You're jumping down and attacking them, and snuffing out their torches so nobody sees before they. Yeah, that is a very different thing than combat as a fail state. That's just combat prepared, prepare to fight, right? Choose your battles wisely. That's what I try to do in Trespasser anyway, is not to tell you not to fight, but to say have fights on your terms. Because I think many people who play the game today, or who play like 5e or a modern game, why do they fight? Well, people say it's because they have all these combat abilities, right? And every hammer, if you give the players a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, is the conventional wisdom. I so disagree with that.
I also
The
disagree,
reason
yeah.
people get in fights in 5e and the reason people get in fights in 4e is because they, the DM spent all the time preparing this combat. It's the thing they planned for the night because most people are playing in kind of fundamentally railroady games where if the GM throws a challenge in front of them, the party's going to say, well, yeah, I guess we're supposed to have this fight. They're not going to think about it tactically like we can't do this right now and run away. And Trespasser is very knowingly and very overtly not going to make that calculus for the players. The GM's not going to do that, and the system's not going to do that for you. It's not going to tell you which fights are worth having. That is something the players have to decide on, which to me is like a big part of the essence of a player-driven game. I can't say this enough, but a player-driven game, like if you really want to make a player-driven game, it has to change. You have to change the way you think about everything, and that's one of the big ones, I think. Yeah.
I'm going to disagree slightly. I mostly agree. I love combat as war, but I'm going to half agree with the Grim Prison in chat, which he says combat is also just fun. Like a lot of the reason why players engage in combat is because, oh, sure, I just want to punch this dude, and that's just fun. Let's pop this off and have a good time. But I
Yeah,
will
agree
say
also,
that
yeah.
so I think 1/3, if I was to lay it out, I'd say 1/3 is because there's an expectation for combat, which is what you laid out. 1/3 is because combat's fun, and I'm going to add another third, which is the systems don't have, sorry, non-combat solutions are often either not rewarded, not fun, or both.
I completely agree with
Yeah,
that take.
yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I do completely agree with that take. I mean, some of the most fun that my players have ever had has been in dungeon scenarios where we're playing a game that uses, treasure for XP, for example, and they essentially perform a heist where through some weird combination of spells, abilities, not shenanigans and nonsense, they completely bypass usually
fucking awesome.
a higher level monster, and they steal or get access to a treasure that they were never. I remember level 1 of my Dragon's Delt dungeon had a vault in it that was the vault of a wizard named Sarah Steek. And they had heard legends and rumors of this vault. And for all intents and purposes, the vault was like level 5 or something, but they're level 1. And what it had amongst some other trinkets and treasures is it had 1 +4 item of each of the 6 stats in it. So it had like a +4 strength item, a +4 dex item, a +4 con item. This is 3rd edition era, Pathfinder 1. And the group's like, they found it. They're like, we're getting that. And, they planned for like a whole session that they was guarded by this like blizzard room. They blew their money on like potions of resist cold or whatever. Long story short, they got into it. Like they were only like level 1 or 2 or something at most. And they had all this treasure and they had these +4, everyone had a +4 stat item. And, like the level 2 character had like a 22 strength or something like that. And they were like, that was cooler
That's
for us.
awesome.
They were like, that was
That's the
cooler
best.
for us than killing any drag. You know what I mean?
Right.
And anything like that. And even later on, and I've told the story before, they were probably in their early teens, and they were on level 10 of the dungeon. And level 10 of the dungeon, there was almost like the second most powerful creature in the campaign, except for the BBEG, which was a ancient red dragon that had been reincarnated as a gold dragon. But it was like a CR 22 or 23 dragon. And it had like a CR 22 or CR 23 loot treasure. And naturally Smith goes, I'm going to try to steal from his horde. So like, he's like, okay, you guys distracted because you're not clearly not supposed to fight this thing. You're supposed to be level 10. They were like level 12, they leveled up a little bit, 13, but we'll go fight. So Smith sneaks in as his elven rogue, and they use his ability or whatever. And there's like a ring of 3 wishes. He's like, I'm stealing that. So Smith sneaks in and he gets the ring of 3 wishes. Things go bad. And then the monster's to fight it. And you're like, oh, so are you fleeing? And they're like, eh. And so the group remembered that back on level 1 of the dungeon, there was a room that they had found that had a sword that basically, once you grabbed it, it was cursed. You lost a point of con every round permanently until your character was dead and deleted from the campaign. But anything you swung at, if you hit, they had to make a fort save or die. So it was like a death sword. So the wizard grabbed Tim's character, who was like a warrior, teleported them back to level 1. Tim grabbed the sword. They teleported while the rest of the party was like trying to stay alive. Teleported back to the fight. Smith got the ring of 3 wishes. He used the first ring of 3 wishes to grant Tim a +20 bonus to his next attack roll. So Tim swung, he hit. Then he used, these are all standard abilities of wish. Then he used the ring of wish to give the creature a -10 fort save to his saving throw to avoid the death. He failed. The creature died. And then, because it was Smith, and he's like, this was my fault, guys. He's like, I'm going to use my 3rd wish. I go, Smith, no, I can't. This sword is way too powerful. Tim is going to die. He goes, okay, wait. I'm going to use my 3rd wish to transfer the curse to me. And I said, all right, fair. So the ring of 3 wishes was gone. Smith's character deleted from the campaign. Gold dragon dead. 8.6 million gold.
That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
And by all stretch of the imagination, it was, I don't even know what it was. Was it a combat? Not really. I mean, we were using mechanics, but not. Did it
That was
complete?
sandbox at its best.
But
That's
did
the
it
whole point?
Did it break the campaign? Yeah, kinda, sort of.
Yeah.
Let
But
it break.
that's my
Like,
point. Like, let it break. I mean, later on, at some point in the campaign, I literally had the campaign make a saving throw versus death, and I was like, if this fails, you guys have fractured the reality of the campaign world, and everything in it just gets lost to the void. And they're like, all right, that's fair, because they did something completely stupid, and I'm like, I'm rolling this in front of the screen.
Right. It doesn't matter if they had the big epic fight or not. What matters is they got to choose, right?
Right.
Yeah.
They felt empowered. It's like some people would say, oh, I can't believe that's so lame. You had this cool dragon and they just went around it, and my group was like, no, that was like the coolest fight of all time. I don't even think it was a fight personally, because like they just used broken mechanics and stupid treasure Derek should never put in the dungeon, thinking, how could anybody abuse this? Well, they found a way to abuse it.
Well, it's like for just a shorter version of my story. It's the end of my 3-year long Fall of Plaguestone campaign, and Fall of Plaguestone slash.
Fall of Plaguestone, by the way, is like the intro adventure to Pathfinder 2. It ends at like level 3.
So that went for like 25 sessions, and then the next 50 was Storm King's Thunder. I just transitioned between the two. But at the end of that, I had this like epic 5-page long character sheet for this boss monster dragon I had. And instead of fight, the PCs lasted 1.5 rounds. And like, fuck it, they legged it because they couldn't take it on. And then one made from back in Fall of Plaguestone, I had this djinn, and they'd made a pact. So this was talking about 2.5 years ago in play. 2.5 years ago, they made a pact with this djinn. At the end of the game, they're near this, like, again, my version of Storm King's Thunder, this is primordial stone of fire. And the djinn said, if you put me in that stone of fire, I will take the power of the primordial stone and kill the dragon for you. And they're like, okay, what's the price? And he had this all like horrible prices, including like one player to give their body permanently to the djinn. So like, well, we can't fight the dragon. It's about the end of the world. Fuck it. So the end of my campaign was them spending half session drawing this contract on paper with the djinn. One person rolling legal lore to get like to get for me to suggest better ways to phrase the contract. They make the contract with the djinn, and then the djinn just kills dragon, and the campaign's over. That was it.
This is what I talk about when I talk about your campaign and your sessions should be the best thing ever to the players that were there and playing it, and the worst thing ever to anybody who hears the story. Right? Like, that's how you know you're doing it right. When like everyone's like, that sounds terrible, and they're like, they fucking loved it. They loved every minute of it. The one character was like, don't forget to include the secondary clause.
Yes.
And they're like, yes.
Contract writing.
Legal lore for the win. Anyways, so that was a massive tangent started by Tundless leaving and then predicated by him coming back and just continuing the conversation. So I do want to finish up Flame.
Oh,
so we can see what we get. So once you do build up your focus, and to be clear, Tundless, you gain focus by not using a heavy or a mighty deed, right?
Yeah, you have a downturn basically. Yeah. You
know. So
if you're not spending it, you're gaining it.
So your fire heavy, these are like your moderate powered, this creates a cloud 2, a light cloud of swirling fire. Everyone starts inside of it, takes 4 damage, 4 star.
Yeah. The star means it's linked to the intensity, which is that number next to the thing. So if it went up to Blazing Cloud 3, right? If you say used a spark to enhance it, then they take 6 damage instead. I think it's actually the only ability that does that multiplicative thing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But then obviously it does double damage. It confers, inaccurate too. So, when you compare the heat pulse to this is a blast 3. It has a baseline effect that always does something. It doesn't just rely on a hit. That's a big deal. So if you spend your focus points, you're going to get an effect. Cauterize, which is cool that it's in fire, is a healing ability, which I think is really neat to have as part of the fire magic. I like that. Combustion is one creature, deals damage, sets them on fire. I'm not going to go through all of these, but, debuffs, damage, appropriate, a lot of burning conditions. Fireball, big AoE, blast 4, bunch of damage, create clouds of smoke.
And importantly, like, just to speak a little bit about the design here, the crafts lend themselves to certain roles within the party, but I wanted to leave it open, right? I'm so into build flexibility, and I was like, I kind of want, somebody who picks Flame to be a healer or a defender or a striker, depending on what they want to do with their character.
Do you think that makes the crafts too samey? Some people have said that about 4E, that like when everybody can do everything, like what's the difference? It's like, oh, I can heal. Yeah, so I can heal too with, my gentle water blast, heals people. Well, my fire cauterizes it. Well, my air, the purifying winds, everybody can heal, everybody can do damage, everybody can status effect.
Yeah, I try to make sure that niches are protected in some kind of way, and that each of these has its own identity.
One sec.
I also want them to be flexible. I think if you're playing a spellcaster,
do you know the puppies up here? Okay. I didn't know if like the puppies, our dogs were out.
Just keep going down the list.
Yeah, I didn't want it to be the case. Or yeah, I think if you're playing a spellcaster, right, you're
Hmm.
paying for utility a little bit. You don't get the hit point, like there are certain things you can't do. Your damage is a little below par for
Hmm.
your level, right? You're dealing a d6 at level 1 with your damage die, while the fighter is swinging a greatsword dealing a d10, you know. And yeah, so I wanted utility within combat to also be a feature of the spellcasting craft. So this is more a thing for spellcasting.
So then we have our mighty deeds. These take the most deed points. These are our big, huge, biggest effects. Inferno creates.
And guess your first one at what, level 3, or when do you get your first
Um,
mighty deed?
I think you get it right away.
I think you start. I think you get.
Yeah.
No,
You get
you get 2 heavies, 1 mighty, right?
I don't even know my system. I've looked at so many
It's
different
changed too
versions
many
of it.
times.
Yeah, I think you get 2 lights and a heavy, and then you get another. Yeah,
I
you
think
get the
you get
first
mighty
one at
later.
level 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
you get your
Yeah.
first. Okay. So this is a spell attack versus their resistance. It's a blast 4. It creates an Inferno 4, a heavy cloud of. So Inferno 4 is a unique condition stated to this ability. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be called in game terminology just an effect created by a deed.
Got it.
And yeah,
So
and the rule with effects is that when you create one, you're controlling it on the battlefield. And it lasts like concentration in 5e. It lasts for as long as you control it. But people can disrupt you with their attacks and stuff and potentially cause an end to your effect.
So when we create Inferno 4, this is a heavy cloud of turning flames in the area of effect. Creatures that enter or start their turn inside of it take 8 star damage. And so that would be, what, 32?
No. Sorry. Yeah, 4. This couldn't be less clear. This really
Okay.
needs to be fixed up in the next version. Sorry about that. But what it means by Inferno 4 deals 8 damage. Inferno 5 would deal 10 damage. Inferno 6 would deal 12 damage.
Oh, that is not clear, but that
No.
makes sense. But it
Yeah.
makes, yeah, gotcha. So
It makes a sense, but not a good sense.
Should I have known that each Inferno deals 2 damage, or is that not clear somewhere else or something?
It's cleared up in the description of effects in the combat chapter.
Got it.
Like, what
So
the
obviously you
asterisk
can see
means.
here, right? So it obviously that's just what it does baseline, by the way. If you hit, it also does 3 skill dice damage, and then if you had a spark, one of the additional benefits is you create Inferno 6. Got it. Okay. Phoenix Blaze. We'll cut to this one. So this is a spell support versus just 10. Make a recovery 4, so you get to roll 4 dice of recovery. Is that how that works?
Yep.
Yep. Deal damage equal to the hit points you regain to each creature in a close spread 3. So that's all three squares outside. You push those creatures 2 squares. So you reborn yourself as the Phoenix. You heal. You push everybody else back. That's a very 4th edition. Except the only way I would say like this, it would be like a reaction once a day when you die. You heal and then do fire damage to everybody. So going back to our idea, we would have a heavily armored defender guy who, instead of wielding sword and shield, right, would have bare hands and would be throwing out flaming blasts and stuff like that. But we could stick with that, and we could choose things like cauterize and what's another one I saw? Was there another one that did buffing? My point is, we don't have to just be a damage dealer. We could choose powers and abilities that actually kind of fit our knight kind of theme and be a defender. Or we could have these defender abilities and just be like hella mega DPS.
Yeah.
And be like, yeah, I'm a DPS. I'm the fire mage. You're like, well, I'm going to attack you. I'm like, well, okay, I'm going to use my valor to reduce the damage because I'm a heavily armored tank character who can absorb damage with my valor. I'm like this armored fire mage. You're like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah, why the fuck not? Just go crazy. Like, yeah.
Well, to me, there's a couple of parts of that I want to touch on. Just to like zoom out, because we've kind of been like obviously tangenting and all kind of stuff all during the stream. Just to zoom out, looking at a character made in this system, especially by level 4, which is when you get this. This feels very much like this is where it's like Derek said at the start, it's a heartbreaker, but it's not, because it has a bunch of different ideas from old school D&D. I have a class, but not really. I more like have a physical archetype and like a support ability archetype, and then I have my combat deeds, which is just like straight up the powers I can flashily use, which actually makes the overall character feel more like an Elden Ring or Dark Souls character, where my
Those are
where my
big
like physical
influences for you.
build is
He's like, those
yeah,
are
so,
big.
like, where
You
my
know, in this
physical
game,
build
you
is
hunt down like 4 or 5 powerful lords who could,
that
you know,
perfect.
like
Yeah, so like that's even
very
funner.
Dark
That's
Souls.
very fun. Yeah, so it feels like I can kind of build the character I want given the starting stats I rolled. And it's just like I can make something that is cool. It's almost like being like forced to play like int dex or like some random combination in Dark Souls. I'm doing like a challenge run. I'm like, okay, what the heck can I build with these stats? And it's like, and that is very different to playing a fighter or playing like a paladin or playing like a sorcerer, right? It's very
Absolutely.
different. I like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's one of the things I like the idea of Fabula Ultima, because you start with 5 character classes, and that gives you a lot of range, you know, you start with 5 levels between, you know,
Yeah.
2 to, you can't even start with 1. You have to start with a minimum of 2 different classes. And so, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you can't take everything. And then as the game progresses, you may end up picking up a job or a class that you never dreamed of, but it just shows where your character has gone. You know, your character wasn't a weapon master at all at the beginning of the game, but becomes one just because that's where you ended up taking levels, and maybe you needed that mechanically, but also maybe that's just where the story was as well.
Yeah.
And that's why I think it's cool about the crafting or the crafts, is that it can really highlight, you know, how different your character is.
Yeah. And the other thing I want to touch on was, and you might have brought this up in last stream, but an important element of the fact that you have the 3 action economy with a single like big deed per session per round is that specifically, I love the templating. If you bring up any of the mighty deeds, I mean, just look at the template. And
we're in Frost right now.
one thing that when you'll get there, you'll see it. Many of the heavy and mighty deeds have what's called a base effect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
almost all of them do. I didn't want you to spend focus and not.
You're spending a
have an effect.
resource, you're spending your one thing that you can do this turn, and by doing it, you're not going to gain resources this turn. So at the very least, if you use Snowdrift and you miss completely, you'll at least created a path 6 layer of difficult terrain, and you know,
no matter what.
Guaranteed push.
and
which is
guaranteed
super
push too.
valuable.
So you will have at least created a big snowdrift and pushed everybody off, you know, to the side of it or back, and now they have to move through it, and like, yeah, you might miss on the damage. Maybe you don't stagger everybody, but at the very least, you get that core ability in. And I think that is so important because, you know, one part of the problem with these combats is that it's not that they take too long, it's that you wait a while and then do nothing.
Exactly. So like talking about the game feel difference between this and like an OSR game or this and like 5e, you're not only are you able to mix and match your character in a way that you can't in any of those games, really, but you're able to embody your character's what your character concept is, because as we saw before, a lot of your class abilities don't require a roll; they just work.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these things have a base effect if you spend the resource. So you will have almost no null turns, which makes this like game feel wise just a different beast.
Well, what I like is that usually the base effect is like the thing, and then the hit is the damage.
That's what I tried to make. Yeah, that was intentional, right?
Yeah. Because I mean, not to say that damage is, it's almost like damage should be viewed as a bonus. You're really choosing this ability because you want the effect, right? And if you get to do damage on top of it, great. And that really changes the dynamic of the game, because not most of the time people think in terms of you're either doing damage or you're not doing damage. If you're not doing damage, what are you even doing? Right? Because the best condition is dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if you want that, you could be in the Wrath, you know, craft, and
Is that-
have the base damage deal damage, and then if you hit, you deal more
You do
damage,
more damage.
and then if you spark, you deal even more damage.
And one of the things that I really liked in Strike uses a system where each power has a effect and a damage, and when you roll your hit, if you get like a full success, you get the hit effect and you get the damage and the effect. But if you roll low, you have to pick between the effect or the damage. So you do get to pick. But for some of the powers, like some of the strikery powers, the effect is just more damage, right? So it's like, you know, it's like, hey, this ability does 2 damage, and the end has an effect, and the effect is deal 4 damage. And so you're like, if you get the full hit, you're doing 6. If you get a partial hit, you get to pick between 2 or 4. You're like, well, I'm going to pick 4. So it's like you're almost always going to do damage, and that's okay because that's all this power does, right?
Right. And the hits, like the hits and solid hits and critical hits, which is how they were originally called before Sparks, those very much came out of Strike.
Oh,
And
okay.
in talking with you about Strike before, I told you one of the big problems I had with Strike was that dead is the best condition, right? And characters would always opt for the damage as opposed to the effect. So after a while, I was like, okay, I'll make the damage the base effect, and then the cool thing that the ability does, that'll be what happens if you hit. And so a lot of the abilities in this game are kind of templated that way.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, and it's interesting too how brutalize is just chef's kiss. Base, deal 2 weapon damage, hit, add 2 damage, spark, add 2 more damage, right?
60-10 if you're using like a greatsword or something.
And if you had another
level 1, right? From level 2, you can get this right away.
Right.
So it's like an enemy deleter.
Yeah, right. And great. If I'm a Wrath warrior, or a Wrath, but whatever the Berserker one was called, basically. This is what I want to be doing. The Marauder, Wrath Marauder. I want to be deleting motherfuckers. That's what I want to be doing. Deleting. But it's one of the interesting dynamics that I've seen, and I know you guys have only been in the one tunnel, and it worked well for you, but if you get more, is Torchbearer has this very interesting dynamic because there's a difference between winning and you lost disposition, right? And so it really changes the mechanics of the game because in most of these D&D games, the only goal is they're not standing, we win. But in Torchbearer, everyone is kind of like, we don't want to take any damage at all because if we take any damage, we owe a compromise. And if we get compromised, we're going to have to take a condition. We're going to have to give something up. And so suddenly people start playing very defensively, strategically. It's not just the best condition is dead. Because you could, in Torchbearer, go attack, which would delete your enemy really quick. But it would give you no defense against their attacks. And you would, even if you did win, you probably get really messed up and you would owe a massive compromise, which could really fuck you up in all future instances and encounters. And so that really changes the dynamic.
We got to talk about that too. This is totally unrelated, but the Torchbearer game, I forgot that as the big fight guy, as the warrior in the party, I'm going to have to take point for a lot of the conflicts or be the card picker, which I forgot about. So I'm going to brush up on those rules. So I'll do better next time. Sorry about not knowing. But also, I didn't know the greatsword was such a whiff in Torchbearer. God, it stinks.
No,
I should have gone with a sword.
No, the greatsword is incredible. So
I haven't figured out how to use it yet.
So this is where the player skill comes in. So the thing about the great side tangent. The thing about the greatsword is the way that help works in Torchbearer is the person making the roll rolls like a 1d6, 2d6, 3d6, right? And each person helping them adds a die. So when you're fighting 7 kobolds, the first kobold is rolling 2 dice. And then the other 6 kobolds are adding 6 more dice. So he's rolling 8 dice. A greatsword, if you are attacking or feinting, prevents your opponent from being able to benefit from those help dice. So that means when you attack with a greatsword, it's like you're controlling the space. The enemies can't help each other, and now it's just versus his 2 dice. So the greatsword is really good against large crowds of enemies because it prevents them from being able to use their numbers to their advantage, which is kind of what a greatsword does, right? It's a big sword that you use to control space. Yeah, greatsword is not actually that useful against a single large big target, which is actually more appropriate to what a greatsword in like historical context was more like a pole arm. It was more like a area denial weapon, not like a buster sword, Anyways. But no, it is a good weapon. But it comes at a price, it's heavy, it's big, and it has some other things. But
it's just now because of this fucking UI. If I change my loadout, right, you'll have to change my pixel art because I have the greatsword on my back.
I don't care about that. I would never change. I mean, the one guy insisted that I have him holding a jug of wine because his starting character held a jug of wine, and then of course once the jug of wine was empty, he set it down and forgot about it. So yeah, it's fine. That should never be a concern. That's a VTT problem, right? Where people are like, "Well, I can't do it. Why? Because there's not a macro for it." No, you can do it. All right. Well, it's already 10 o'clock, so I don't want to go too much longer.
Well, we've definitely covered the bulk of the two streams.
Right.
You covered the bulk of the system. You covered the character creation.
Right.
all
Character
the
creation,
background stuff. And
combat.
I think like
We covered the Haven. We did a little bit of the enemies. We didn't go super deep in that, but we did cover it. I think we skipped over your GM section. What do you think of your GM section?
It's not great.
Okay.
You know? I mean, it needs work, definitely. Like,
I love it.
But I think I talk about Trespasser being an opinionated game, and this
Yeah.
is where a lot of the opinion comes in. And and I say what the system is for, how to use it, and what kind of campaign or what sort of a campaign the system lends itself to.
Right.
And
This
I
is
think it lends itself to this kind of mid-apocalyptic survival horror-y,
Yeah, this section on like the Overlords, the Dark Servants is very like Fabula Ultima villainish, but also very like versus D, right? Very against the Dark Master. You're like, no, we have these big bad evil guys. They are in your region. This is what you were talking about, your Elden Ring type thing, right? Where it's like, and these are who you have to deal with, right?
And they're your fronts, in
Yeah,
Apocalypse
right.
World.
Front.
Right.
Yeah.
They're active. They
Yep.
may be active, and they affect your game world. And
Also, I did randomly roll some things on the Overlord names, and I was very happy with almost all of them. So this is
I'm happy with that table.
This is
that's
a
good
great
table.
this is a great random generator. Outside of anything about the system, which you may like, you may not like, there are some really good tables in here.
That's how I promote this game to most of the OSR crew these days. It's like, you will probably hate the system.
Right. But like,
it's
I can't even tell you this. Like this Overlord, this is one of these tables are some of the best villain creators I've seen in a long time. It's very simple. It's to the point, but it's powerful. It's effective. And it doesn't, a lot of these tables, they're like, well, we need to fill 100 spaces. So they put in a bunch of shit that isn't actually very useful. Whereas ambitions of things like solitude, tyranny, power, knowledge, wealth, infamy, change, return, ruin, vengeance, stagnant, these are all very like, I don't want to say tropey, but kind of tropey, like they work as actual,
Tropey's good.
Yeah. Tropey's good.
Yeah. And they invite you to figure out, like, they're kind of a puzzle to solve.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so this character's ambition is power, which they'll achieve through loyalty. Well, how does that work?
Right.
Are they like, there's some kind of political maneuver?
That's the GM version of what I was talking about with the players having to figure out how to role play their character because of the dice rolls that affect the way that they view and see their character, not just through maiming and curses, but through the game mechanics, is the same thing as a GM. That's why I also like GMing this way. Because I love being like, okay, I've got a GM who craves solitude, who's going to use chaos to do it, and his weakness is sloth. And I'm like, okay, the screenwriter just gave me some freaking crazy notes. I got to make this awesome. How do I do that? That to me is the challenge of a role playing game that I enjoy as a GM.
Yeah.
And
his dark servants are honorable knights. So
yes,
what do you even do with that?
That's awesome.
Yeah. How does that happen?
And this is where also too, I'm not trying to GMs be creative, but if that intimidates you, I'm not even kidding here. Type it into ChatGPT. I guarantee you, it'll give you something awesome.
No AI promotion on the Trespasser.
Sorry. It's not everybody has, not everybody has my skills or your skills or Vince's skills. And for a lot of people that are very intimidated by GMing, I trust me that having access to that could be very powerful. It will give you something very tropey because that's what it's learning from. But I like tropes. I don't like subverting expectations. I think subverting expectations is way overrated. Yep. You're like, when my expectations usually get subverted, it's another word for that. It's called disappointment. Yep. Like that's
yeah. I mean,
you were expecting a great steak for your $150. Instead, I'm serving you a micro Gillette beef foam in the shape of a steak. Aren't your expectations subverted? No, I'm disappointed.
Exactly. You wanted steak and here's beef jerky. What do you think?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Like yeah, I mean, it's fantasy. We're dealing in fantasy archetypes. It's about as tropey as it gets. To some extent, it's a failure if my expectations are not fulfilled, right? I want a good fantasy story to kind of like, play out.
That's why you should have the basic skeleton.
Echo the mythological, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think Do you think that, and this is a common question I have for a lot of games. Do you think having, because I had this problem kind of with 4th edition. Do you think having all these cool powers like Inferno and Frost Comet is antithetical to like, and I'm also in a dungeon and I'm worried about rope?
No, I don't see why those things wouldn't work well together or play nicely with each other. I do not understand the attitude that like having these abilities somehow forces you out of the other arenas of play. My project is trying to show that like
I
no,
guess it's because
you can have the whole kit and caboodle. You can put all of this in a game. I don't know if it's gonna.
And I might be reading too much into it, but if like 5 seconds ago my character like did a triple backflip into the air and then was hovering there, and I was like, and then it's like the next scene is like me struggling to climb a wall. It's kind of like,
Well, maybe you thought your character was too cool in that moment. Maybe it wasn't actually as cool as you
well,
thought.
that's what I'm saying.
There's a reason I tried to keep the names very descriptive and basic to the powers, because I'm not calling them, like one-winged angels, final, like flaming
Frost Comet,
condemnation.
Frost Comets, Frost Comets.
Frost comets. Okay, yeah, like snowballs, basically.
Okay. Well, yeah. Pelting of snowballs doesn't have quite the same ring to a mighty deed as Frost Comets.
This is the nut I might never crack about the thing.
This is tough.
Low power versus high power.
And I got to be honest with you, it's a sticking point for me. Even.
It is what's made this game so interesting to work on. This design problem of making these two totally different tastes taste good together. Peanut butter and spaghetti or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's kept it fun and interesting, and I'm always finding new small solutions. Never the big solution, but lots of tiny ones that help alleviate some of that weird discrepancy. Yeah.
Grim Prison says, aren't you already doing that with a spell like a fireball? Well, let's give context to the environment that we're talking about. Let's say we're casting fireball in an old school game. Number one, my character is first like he's taking phosphorus and bat guano and he's rubbing it together in his hands to create a small bead. That's the material component of fireball. So, which is also, by the way, the material component for gunpowder. So he's literally like alchemically shaping this thing in this bead of like little fire. Secondly, if we're playing old school games, the casting time of fireball is like 7 or 8 segments, which means I'm going to go super late in the initiative order, which means if I get hit at all between now and the time my spell goes off, I lose the spell. So it's like this desperate casting of me trying to like alchemically, there's nothing. I'm an AC 10 character, with 2 hit points. Like, or, I'm level 5. So maybe I have 5d4. So, maybe I have 10 hit points, 12 if I'm lucky. So it's and then when I cast it, that was it. That was my 3rd level spell for the day. So I feel like that feels in a way like low powered and desperate. Like me getting this fireball off feels like a miracle to a certain extent. And then even when it goes off, fireballs in old school D&D filled the volume of the sphere regardless of the spatial contained. So that meant that if you cast a fireball underground, it usually filled up the majority of the dungeon, including you. Lightning bolts used to reflect off of a solid surface. So if you cast a lightning bolt down a hallway that was too short, it bounced off the end and came back and hit you and your party in the face. Yeah. So all these spells were like very double-edged, swords. I just know that when we played 4th edition D&D, I found it once we get to like Paragon tier, and Epic tier, and they were like, fighting on floating crystal platforms in astral space and fighting dead god babies and, like all this other stuff. It was like, yeah. But like at low level, there was this weird in between where it was like, these powers are pretty cool. And it just doesn't seem like we care that my character has rope anymore, to a certain extent. But yeah, I don't know.
Level 2 janitor says, I want to see the 4E hot take before the stream end.
Okay. All right. Well,
I have 2 hot takes to go. That's one of them.
All right. All right. You guys, we'll do hot takes and then we'll finish it up. So, all right. So hot take is 4E's biggest flaw that has not come up yet.
I'll be honest. When I wrote this, I don't even remember currently what I was thinking of. But I think it had something to do with the language. It's not a cop-out. I'm going to try and make up for it now. Okay. I think it has to do with the language. I don't like the language of 4E.
Agreed.
Vin hates the language of 4E.
I don't like how all the abilities are like a paragraph long, unnecessarily, full of all these qualifiers. Because what could make a ability less exciting to have on your character sheet when you think, oh, this could be awesome for this situation, but oh, it's an AoE and I'd only target one guy, so that doesn't feel very good to do. And it's a you know, it it wow, what are all the examples, right? I'm trying oh, it requires an ally within 4 squares and there's not one currently, so I wouldn't be getting that part of it. And also it grants free movement to an ally, but all my allies are well positioned. But also it does, yeah,
Well, then
it
wouldn't you just
applies this
argue?
thing that's till
Wouldn't
end
you
of
just
next
say
turn, but
then?
the enemy's probably gonna die from this hit.
Well, then wouldn't you just say
easy as
don't use that
fuck, you know?
power?
Yeah, but all the abilities give you so many reasons not to want to use them, and I feel like that is I don't know. I want the opposite problem. I want to be tempted into using all my abilities all the time. You know,
Hmm.
it
I
has
think
something to do with like tactical flexibility or like uh abilities being too niche specific that I don't
so.
like.
For me,
And
I come from Magic the Gathering. For me, it's like having a silver bullet. You know, there are cards there are powers that are generically flexible, but maybe they're not the most specific things. But then if you take a power that has a very specific effect, and it's like, you know, and sometimes my group would even play to this. I think Smith had an ability that it targeted only unconscious people, and then it would heal them, and then they could like get up and like make some sort of super bonus charge. So they would play around that and be like, "Don't heal me, so that I can go unconscious, so that you can use your cool power, so that I can come back and attack." To them, that was part of the tactical challenge. That was part of the tactical. Yes, this power is unoptimized in all the 5 ways that you just described it. How do we make it optimized by making sure that somebody does want to move, and there is somebody that we do have a monster to target that isn't just going to die, yada yada yada. But that's also
right.
why it took so long.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think my deeds in Trespasser are more flexible than the powers in 4E, but yeah, that also
Well,
comes at a cost, right? Like,
the 4E powers, especially when you start talking about all the splat books and all the Dragon magazine articles, and there's I think there's like 7,000, 8,000 powers. They like, well, like that D100 chart I was talking about before with villain motivations. By the time you get to the 75th villain motivation, the wells run pretty dry. So a lot of these powers just get, you know, any D20 game is this. Any splat book, the 58th class that gets made for a system, the 190 millionth feat. Trust me, you know, there's a reason Kelly Clarkson is still the best American Idol, because she was the first one. Because they like, hey, we're gonna do a contest to find the best singer. They found her. So what's next? What's next year's contest? Like the not as good singer who didn't win last year, right? So it's the same thing as that it has aged poorly, because that used to be more relevant, but now like that was like 20 years ago or something. But all I'm saying is that I think that there are too many hyper-specific powers in 4th edition. And one of the things I definitely would change is tighten up that list and, you know, give you these really core functional powers that do a thing and do it well. They may not do everything. I think if things are too flexible, then it's kind of like everything just does the same thing.
You've done a great job of highlighting all the biggest flaws. So we are reaching kind of the bottom of the barrel for ones that haven't been come up yet on the stream. But I think end of next turn and all the ability, you know, the tracking durations and effects is too much.
But you know what?
I
There's
think
no game. I mean, outside of a VTT, like
equipment is a fart, you know, like
it's
melt it.
terrible.
Oh, found a cool thing in a chest, gonna melt it down into resource to use on my.
But
Yeah, for the
I mean,
item
but
I actually want.
there's just no good.
there's
I mean, one of the things that I
problems.
really like about Fab Ultima, to the best of my knowledge, I could be wrong about this, spells are either instant or they last till the end of the scene.
Yeah,
And I like
That's
that.
right. Yeah.
Like I like that a lot. Or it's a status, and when you gain a status, like if you're slowed, that like reduces your agility or your dex and maybe it's just your dex by 1 die step. You have that. You just have that status forever.
Yeah, it's the same with Trespasser, right? Nothing has to. Yeah, there are a couple abilities. They're the exceptions, not the rule, that last until end of round, the current round we're in, which is easy to track because rounds are so delineated with the initiative system. But yeah, and then everything else is presumed to last until the end of the encounter or until you remove it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's made bookkeeping so much easier. God damn.
Yeah, but it was a nightmare, and even like in Pathfinder 2, I mean, now people they're spoiled because of Foundry and stuff like that. But it's like all the persistent damage and all this other stuff, and you know, it's just a lot to track. I think, you know, I want to track it because it's cool to be able to have DOTs and stuff. I mean, like playing MMOs and stuff, dots are like some of my favorite things in the game, but like they're just such a pain in the ass to track.
Yeah.
So, all right, Vin, you had 2 hot takes.
Well, that was actually one of them, but I did want to, if this is like the last thing we do before,
This is the
I
last
did wanna
thing.
just like, all right, before I get to that, I just want to point out as a pitch to the audience, all right, why Vin doesn't hate Trespasser. All right, Vin doesn't hate Trespasser because I like the idea of a mid-weight system that has all these pieces from 4E, but also mixes things like a flat level, like power curve, very fixed kind of DC levels, things like shadow warnings during exploration. Like it's a new mix. It's icky because it's new, but I think if you try it, you might actually like it because it's definitely trying something different. I had a similar feeling to this as I had about Fabula Ultima, which is this is something I haven't seen before. This mix is something I haven't seen before.
I agree.
And it could work. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, I mean, I'm excited. I like what's going on here. I mean, I think a lot of people have. There's a 4E. There's an undercurrent there. I mean, you know, I know that a lot of people love the idea of the Shadowdark and the Torchbearer, but they're like, but I love tactical combat. Like, you know, it's fun,
Exactly.
right? You know, and I like getting nitty gritty with it. I don't want to just hand track. I appreciate Torchbearer for what it is, but I'm not going to act like the 3-card model is the same kind of tactical challenge as a, you know, proper grid.
Yeah.
But at the same time, a lot of my 4E games, you know, turned into, you know, an MMO raid, you know, where it was just like that fight led into this fight, which was even bigger and had even bigger, you know, and like it was just a bunch of endless encounters, all one after one after one. That's one of the things I think these games, D&D included, miss by getting out of the dungeon, getting out of the hex scroll, getting out of the environment, is now the combats are just floating in space. They don't have any, there's no context to them. They don't exist anywhere except on the pages of, it might as well be a JRPG.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, we're not really in the world. We're in this separate demi-plane of battle, you know?
Right.
Exactly.
And it doesn't feel like it's tied to anything. It just feels like we're going through the motions just to go through it. So now.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, please.
I was just gonna say the something you guys touched on last time, but also is important this time. So, sorry, we didn't get to this time, but another element of why I think this is different from OSR, different from 3.5, sorry, different from 5e, different from Pathfinder 2e, but also could be. It's so important that I think this system is worth consideration. Is monster templating and ability templating. You've seen them on screen today. But there's something so incredibly useful about a monster stat block or ability that you can just read line by line and tells you exactly how it works. This is the base effect. This is the hit effect.
Right.
This is the spark effect.
Yeah, not just that, it's in order. Because that's how you would process it mentally. You would say, well, it does that. That's the base effect. Did I hit? Yes, but did I hit by 5 or more? You know, like it's like it goes in the order even in which you would apply them.
Yeah, and the first line is the area template or the distance, right? So when it seems like such a simple thing, but when you see that in the monster stat block, suddenly as the GM, my toolbox is simplified. And so in environmental exploration, I can use shadow warnings and stuff to crank up the pressure there. I have endurance to play with if I want my party to go in, like I don't have to worry about the Pathfinder always heal to full problem. And when I'm running a combat, everything's simple to run because of these easy to read abilities. There's something about the specific mix in Torchbearer, in Trespasser.
Well, there's a
that is
reason
good.
I picked a name that was similar to Pathfinder, similar to Torchbearer. You know, it's got that 3 syllables.
Well, and I can tell you too that that I really think, I mean, you can enjoy the 4E combat, but I would say, you know, keep pace of this game and take it, even if you're not going to use the combat because you don't like 4E, you don't like powers. You should definitely use Sparks and Shadows. And the reason why is this, and I know this from running Legend of the Five Rings, because in Legend of the Five Rings, you have 5 approaches and air approach, but it's not called air, right? Air means, you know, subtlety or using whatever. This is true for all skill checks, but it really shines with NPCs. NPCs all have a demeanor, a nature, a way of acting that makes certain approaches easier and certain approaches really hard. And because of the way the DC system works, even if you're using your best stat, if it's against something that NPC is strong against, it's going to be really tough. It might even be impossible. You would be better off using your horrible air stat, but they're weak to that, right? They're very gullible. It's easy to deceive them. The key is, how do you figure that out? That's through the role playing. That's through that. Me as a GM, I see their description. So I needed to sell them as being, their demeanor is gullible, right? They're weak to lies, right? But they're, they're very strong against, maybe they can't be persuaded with, spiritual mumbo jumbo. They need to be flattered or something like that. I'm going to roleplay, and then the players have to sit there and go, okay, like what's he saying? Like let's interact with him a little bit. It's gonna feel for the NPC, and they're like, okay, I think he's gullible or he's really like easy to pull over. So I think we should use an air approach for this. So someone goes, okay, well, I'll make the check, and that's really fun because you've turned this non-combat encounter into something that feels a little bit combat-y. You're figuring out the lay of the land. What's the tactics? Let's attack this thing. And it's very satisfying. And Sparks and Shadow, now, we had great success with that in Legend of the Five Rings for NPC interactions. It also applies to other things too, like, you're trying to cross a snow-covered bridge, you're like, maybe we should use the slow and steady and careful approach of Earth to get across this. And I'm like, yes, that lowers the DC. But we didn't have as many opportunities to use it in that space. But I know it worked fantastically with NPCs. This takes that and applies it to primarily to exploration, but theoretically everything. And I think really does accomplish a lot of the same things in a much more generic D20 kind of way. And I think that's the most exciting part of the whole system.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
if
I
I were
agree.
going to start the project over tomorrow, that would be the foundation. Everything would be built around Sparks and Shadows. It's just an idea that came
also
to me later than the other stuff.
Great name. It's
Yeah.
just a very evocative name.
It feels powerful at the table when you say you feel a shadow.
Right.
Like
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very cool.
But
What it reminds me of? In Might and Magic, old computer role-playing game, there's like a UI, and on the UI, there's like this little like lizard creature, and there's this other thing. And like when you're in a dangerous like area, if you're trying to like camp, or like if you're in a dangerous area, they'll be like shaking their head no, which basically means you can't camp here. It's like the game's way of telling you like, nope, there's still enemies around. You can't camp. And it's kind of like that. It's subtle, but it's powerful, and it feels cool. And I don't know. I'm very
It's
impressed.
important because you don't tell them what the shadows are. They have
Absolutely.
to figure it out.
That's
Right.
the key that's important. My players know that every NPC they encounter in the Legend of the Five Rings has a demeanor, and it's affecting something. There's no NPC that doesn't have a personality. Their job is to figure it out and then to attack it appropriately. And it's even more interesting in Legend of Five Rings because you might go, okay, so they're weak to air. Great. So we should only use air. Okay. But I want to use fire because I have this fire ability that I can only use when I'm using fire, or what we need to accomplish. The GM's like, great, you described that. Make a fire approach, because what you described wasn't an air approach. What you described was a fire approach. And it's the same thing with the Sparks and Shadows, where you're like, okay, I'm going to describe how I'm approaching this thing in the way that I think is going to generate the sparks that are going to generate the counterplay to the shadows. It's great stuff. It's great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to talk about like proceduralism in this episode, really. But my attitude about procedure is, what's an example of a good procedure? Well, something like combat. Everybody likes having a combat procedure. And why? Because we don't want matters of life and death to be ambiguous. We don't want room for ambiguity there. So where do you put procedure in your game? You put it in the places where ambiguity exists. Where it's, and that's why I have procedure for encounters to happen, for procedure for warfare to happen, procedure, like I tried to pick the areas where D&D had let me down in the past, where it's like, well, we snuck up to these enemies and we basically kind of like made a stealth check, but we kind of hand waved the whole approach and everything. And it worked out a certain way, and it was unsatisfying because,
Right.
yeah, it didn't feel like we were engaging with the system. It felt like we
Right.
were ignoring it to get to a result.
But that's what a lot of
yeah.
people like that, right? They're like,
A lot of people like that, but
they
want
want
to
to they want to go around
structure.
they want to go around the system to get to the story, as if the system is a hurdle to
Right.
the story. And I view that as being very, I mean, then I'm like, you're not
And
playing
I
a
mean,
role
it
playing
depends
game
on
then.
the system, but a lot of the time that's because the system is a hurdle that is getting in the way of the story, and people are right to jettison it because people know better at their table than any writer who wrote a book with a rule system in it. You know, they know what's right for their table. So I think, like, yeah, yeah. I guess that's all I have to say about that.
Vin, any final words?
All right, so the actual topic.
All right.
I'll add two I want to talk about. One's already been covered, so I'm picking a bonus, but because of time, I'll let Tundalus pick which of these he wants to answer or justify. I'm picking from his list, all right? So the two that come to mind for me that I want you to justify are either, number one, if a number was in a forest and no one was there to hear it, would it still go burr? Question mark. Why horizontal progression is supreme? That, or that's number one, or two, why the world and adventures shouldn't scale to the level of your party. I like both of those topics. Pick one, and we will discuss it.
I like one better than the other, but I'll let you pick.
I mean, I think we already kind of got to the horizontal progression one and why I like it. Why I like having a wider toolbox than just bigger numbers, and the numbers should only be as tall, you know, as they need to be to facilitate the toolbox. So I'm going to choose the other one, why your world and adventures shouldn't scale to the level of the party. And this is
So why
not a hot
Pathfinder
take
2E
because
is
we all
wrong?
agree on this kind of, I think. Like, but yeah, why shouldn't they? This goes back to what I said about if you're running a player-driven game, you need to consider everything differently. It is okay if the party stumble upon a tiny group of goblins while they're level 5 and kill them all really easily. It's also okay if they stumble upon a dragon's lair and sneak away with the treasure or run away screaming or whatever. You know, the point is that they got to choose what their response was to the situation. Um, if you're throwing a balanced situation all the time, if you're fixated on this idea of a compelling challenge, well, then the players are only going to do one thing. They're going to rise to that challenge. They're going to accept it. They're going to say yes. And I really don't want my game to make that decision for the players. I don't want every fight to be worth fighting. I don't want every, yeah. So, yeah.
Well, I'd approach it
And
from even a different direction as well. So
yeah.
for me, it's like so some of the going to video games for a hot second, even though it's a faux pas. Some of the most popular games of recent time are the Dark Souls games
Mhm.
and Zelda
Yeah.
and the new open world Zelda games.
Yeah.
And what they're both famous for, and this is what actually old RPGs like Oblivion and similar ones do,
In the
is
first
that
stream we talked about, I'm a huge Baldur's Gate fan, so I know where you're
right,
going with this. But
yeah,
yeah.
you can go to the final boss in the first 10 minutes of the game and win if you're good enough,
Yeah.
or get your ass freaking handed to you.
Yeah.
And what I like about that is not only the player freedom, which is absolutely the case and good, but I like that it adds a level of realism to the game.
Yeah.
I like that the king's castle has level 15 guards, not because you're level 15, but because that's the king's castle.
Yep.
I love the fact that if I'm level 1, I'm in a dungeon, the dungeon has level 4 guards because of course they'd have level 4 guards watching level 1s. Why would they have level 1 guards watching level 1s? Like I love that element of, and also because that element's there, it adds a sense of danger where there should be danger, but also ruffle stomp fun when there should be ruffle stomp fun. So when your level 12 group walks up to a town they're full of level 4s, you're gods to them. And
Yeah.
that gives your players that ability to feel like gods. And it's part that makes progression meaningful. It's like it's something I hate I hated in when I still ran Pathfinder 2E was the DC 32 climb check to get up a chimney. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, what is this?
Right.
It's just like,
That rising DC thing in
So
a front, it's horrible.
I'm going to be devil's advocate because I agree with you guys, but so I think there's a couple things. One, if you have a game that is so, all over itself to slobber all over you about how vertical your progression is, right? It's so vertical. It's so big. The progression is just massive. It's massive. Then there's this implied idea that, if you give me a bigger, hammer, then you should give me bigger nails. And why did I get my climb
hammer's
to
so big.
why did I get my hammer? Why did I get my athletics to plus 25 if 80% of the challenges that we face, the wizard's able to get on a, DC 15 or whatever, DC 10. And sure, yeah, of course, the astral wall of space time, right? Sure, yeah, that's DC 20, but like it's the same thing with that element. So that's the first thing. Second, and that applies to like numbers and all this other thing. The second thing is from a play experience standpoint. I don't know how you handle it, but as an example, if we were playing, I'll use Torchbearer as an example. If we're playing Torchbearer and this group, these new groups came across 6 goblins, I'm going to use the conflict rules because 6 goblins is a scary thing. Now, if these guys were level 7, there isn't really vertical progression in Torchbearer, but you do get more powerful. I might still have 6 goblins show up, but then I might just be like, Rattling, make a fighter check, and you make one check, and I'm like, yeah, Rattling, you go ham, you slaughter them. It's the good old days of killing goblins, and they're dead before you can even do anything. You succeeded, no problem. Hell, you could fail the check, and I would say, well, you succeed. It just made you hungry and thirsty. Like nothing like killing goblins to put a little hunger in the stomach, and we move on. That quick resolution system isn't there. And while it's nice to think of, the high level party comes in and just kicks the bugbear's ass, that's still probably going to take 45 minutes.
Yeah. It's absolutely true. Yep.
And same thing is true for your dragon example. Also, most of these games, these trad games, do not have mechanics that even remotely support running away. Forbidden Lands
Trespasser does.
Which is good. But in order to succeed, it has to dismiss verisimilitude. Forbidden Lands does this where it's like, if you make a flee check, you make an evade check. If you succeed, you run away. You don't like compare movement rates and what would be. No, they get away. That's it. End of story. Whereas like in most D&D people understand. They're like, okay, we have to flee. All right, we take 2 actions and we move. And it's like, okay, well, they charge you. Like they're faster than you, so they just they close you. I mean, some of you can get away, but the people in heavy armor, you guys are fucked. I don't know,
Right.
And they're like, and so everybody goes, oh, I guess we have to fight to the last stand, which means as a GM, if you throw that CR-15 dragon at your level 5 party, you're wiping them. You know that because they can't flee. There's no way for them to flee. You know that because of the vertical progression of your system, if you breathe fire on them, they're all going to die. And there's like no chance or recourse for that. No. So that's the problem. The problem is that I would people will feel like this was a fucking waste of my time.
Yes. And I think the problem you hit on is, and I don't know how to solve it. Like that's something, it's not an easy problem, but the lack of morale checks and a lack of surrender and a lack of like those options for the GM in trad systems. Yeah.
Right. Which is, again, Fabulous Ultimate gets around this. We see this all the time in JRPGs, right? You're playing, you fight the monster, and then there's a cutscene and the boss comes down and it's like doo 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 doo, and he like attacks you and it does like 99,999 to every player and everybody drops dead and you're like, wait, am I dead here? What just happened here? And it's like, no, the crystal starts growing, and you're like, oh, it saves you. But you could do that in Fabulous Ultimate. I could throw a level 30 boss against a level 10 party and fully expect them to lose. And the idea is that they'll all surrender. Yeah. Sure, they'll take their lumps, but they'll get Fabula points, which is what you need to get experience points anyways, blah, 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 blah. And, and in a sense, it's a cutscene, it's a plot battle. Mechanically, I'm like, you could beat this right now. I'm not saying you couldn't because, sure, this thing has 900 hit points and, you take you a lot to do the damage, but the vertical scaling is there. You can actually hit this thing.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing too, is that if you have that vertical progression, then the allure of a world becomes less alluring, because now it's like if the level 15 guards are that strong, think about the dynamic of that, right? It's crazy to think, like we think about a police officer or a soldier, right? They're not like gods.
No.
Compared to like, say some, thug or criminal or something like that, right? Or enemy combatant, right? They're just a person with slightly better equipment, and training.
Yeah.
They're not like a literal god who could just like, oh, my lord, there's 1,000 peasants storming the castle. Well, send 2 guards. They'll go full dynasty warriors on them. It'll be awesome.
I have to say I love that though. That's sick. That's exactly the kind of world I want to make.
I'd say that I guess just to get back to the original prompt, right? The way that Trespasser accomplishes this is that the world doesn't scale to you, to the party. You have there are 5 hostility tiers that the world can belong to, and you're supposed to assign any region of your world a hostility tier from 1 to 5. That sort of maps onto 1/2 of level. So a level 2 party would be good for hostility tier 1. Level 6 party, 5 or 6 would be good for hostility tier 3. I wanted, and this is supposed to be visible and known to the players as they explore the world.
Perfect.
When you enter a place with higher hostility, you're supposed to describe that narratively, but also literally tell them, listen, you're entering a scarier place. And yeah, because I want to put the party in positions of being out in the world and being like, well, there's this place we've been bumming around in that is like hostility tier 1 that we could keep exploring today. Or there's this haunted forest that is hostility tier 3 that's right over there. We could poke our heads in and see what's there. And yeah. And I think you're right that there's ingredients that allow that sort of soft gating, that pushing at the, testing the fences kind of experience. One thing that's needed is a retreat mechanic, which I've included. Another thing that you're talking about that would totally facilitate it is, like you mentioned, a cleanup mechanic for the easier fights, a way to sort of abbreviate them while still letting them feel like something's happening.
Right, and
as a
giving
tax on resources.
right,
Yeah.
and giving and making that just feel completely useless. Because what you just described from an overworld perspective, which I think is great, because I think Ben disagrees with me on this, but like I'm a firm believer, like if we take like the mega dungeon model, right, that level 1 of the dungeon is defined not just by its physical space as being the first level, it's also defined as being the level of level 1 monsters. Now, random encounter tables should and will occasionally include monsters that are from a lower, from like level 2. Right? It's almost like a sneak preview or, like that. But I don't think a level 1 dungeon should have a CR15 golem wandering around the halls, because that's not a level 1 dungeon anymore. That's a level 15 dungeon, right? That thing would, if you have a forest of like level 2 creatures, and then you have like a bunch of specters who fly around, well, those specters would kill everything. And it wouldn't be a level 1, it'd be a level 8 zone, because that's what specters are. Now, it's cool if that golem is like deactivated, and like, there's something the players could fuck with and they understand what they're doing, and they choose to do that. Or maybe that golem only guards one room,
one spot. Yeah.
Right.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's totally awesome.
Okay,
I love that.
I was going to say, I like that. Yeah. Good.
But that's what you described, Tundalus, is why I like dungeons and mega dungeons so much, is because the players understand at a basic inherent level, the challenge rating of this dungeon, of this level, is here. And we're accepting of that. I want better treasure. I'm going to go, we found a secret stairway that goes down to level 3. Well, that's going to have roughly level 3 monsters. Well, we're level 1. We're kind of sweet. We're level 2, but we got the broken gear that we found on, from the secret vault. Let's go down to level 4. Let's try our luck. And then if they get their asses kicked, that's on them. But it wasn't because if I'm running an adventure path and the players don't have any choice and they have no knowledge about what's coming up, and then they turn, they round the forest and it's like, there's a green dragon there at CR15. I'm being a dick. I do feel like I'm being a dick. If I have a random encounter table that's like, you had no idea that this thing had a CR15 dragon on it, but here's one that shows up. So
Yeah.
It's the default that adventure paths are antithetical to sandboxes and vice versa. It's kind of like
yeah. Okay, well, this was a very nice little distraction. For me, that was very nice of you guys to do that and hang out with me.
I mean, thanks for hosting it still, considering everything that's going on. It was a joy to come back, and I love talking about the game some more. I can always talk about the game. And, yeah.
Fantastic. Hello, Mr. Kaz. It's very, we named our foster dog Kaz. So, actually, last night I had to take the foster dog to the emergency room because my 10-year-old dog, who's 30 pounds, decided to attack him. He's an 85. He's an 85-pound pit bull, and my 30-pound 10-year-old dog cut the big dog's lip, and I had to get the big dog stitches. So my dog was fine. Aside from being a jerk, and costing me $1,500. So for a dog who isn't mine, who I just took in because I was like, oh, I'll help. Oh, it's been rough. Anyways, times are tough. Role playing games are cool. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks Vin for sticking around these last couple streams. It's been nice to have you in the States, buddy.
Yep, last time in the States for a while, but whatever. I'll still show up on random Friday.
Yeah, that's
streams
true.
and
You
whatnot.
can always. And then and thank you to Tundalus for, of course, for not only being an incredible warrior in our Torchbearer game, but for coming on a second time to defend their position and their game. Again, it's a really cool game, and you should definitely check it out. Kaz says
It's
hi.
not just OSR, and it's not just 4E. It's
Yes.
something different.
Larry. Hey, Larry's sequel training alum just tipped $150.
Tip $150.
Who is that?
I want to cast level 1 at will arcane attack power.
Well, thank you so much. So this is clearly someone I know because that's an inside joke with me. Larry sequel training alum just tipped $150. Thank you so much for that. That is very nice. I will enjoy.
Kaz.
I will enjoy my.
Kaz.
I will enjoy my Vegas dinner. Thank you so much for that. What a very generous tip. Again, it's got to be someone I know, so I'm just wondering who it is. I want to cast level 1 at will arcane attack power. That's what they said. 4E's cool. Level 1 attack powers is good. Better be Gordon's, he says. Well, I don't know who that was, but regardless of what it was, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it, and that is an amazingly generous gift, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for support, especially again after the kick in the balls that was today. But thank you to Whipplestein, Duncan, Thaddeus, and Delise also for your tips. You guys did really, really great, so I really appreciate it. Kryn is still waiting in the wings to be seen. I don't know what our next stream is going to be, but next Thursday we're going to have Level 2 Janitor, who has been in stream all today, and they're going to be talking about their game. And Level 2 Janitor wants to crack at some of those hot takes and wants to give their thoughts on some of them. So
I'm really looking forward to that too.
I am looking forward to that too. So
I've
long
read
as we all
Tactic Quest.
know-
Tactic Quest is cool. It's gonna be,
Yeah.
As long as we all know that the numbers do go burr in the empty woods. That's all I. As long as we know that's absolutely the case.
final thing. We're going to go around the table. I'll start. Vin finishes. Tundalus, you're second.
Okay.
Level-based game. Vertical progression. Ideal number of levels. I'm going to go first. 15. Tundalus.
10.
Vin.
Fuck you. 15. I was actually thinking the same number. No.
Really? 15. So
Yeah,
just
15.
a little bit more.
Yeah.
That
I don't know
feels
why,
like,
but
it feels
like
like
you're the
20
Price is writing me somehow. You're usually like you finally come around that 20 is too many, but it can't
we've
be
talked
10.
about this like 4 years, and I don't know why, but 15 just because it's three tiers of play.
It's 5, 5, 5, 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5. And
What
5's
about
just
1, 3, 3, 3. I like 1, 3, 3, 3.
that works too. Although you're going to change it if you change it to 0, isn't that going to fuck everything up?
Well, yeah, it actually works better as 0 because then it's the first 3, the second 3, and ends at level 9. You know, and like,
Yeah.
But
Anyways.
yeah.
Gothwa says odd numbers, let there be a true middle as well. Right. Because then you can have something cool at 3 and something cool at 5, you know, and it'll feel like this is your starting, your midstone, and then your capstone within that tier, you know, which is kind of cool. So, all right, cool. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody. And
I thought we agreed. You know,
I mean, that's a crazy way to end it. And again, if you like these guys, you want to yell at them, you can go join our Patreon, patreon.com/nicelastcall. We have a really cool community, some fun bonus videos and content. You can get merch and maybe get the chance to play games with other community members who are pretty cool and pretty open, and lots of games going on there, not just PF 5e, but PF2 or 5e. It's I mean, there's a lot of PF2 coming. Trust me, we got Northern Reaches kicking off, but
all spells rank soon.
all spells ring soon.
spells
Dan
rank
says
soon,
much
yeah.
love from the Knight family to you, Derek. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. I really appreciate everything that you guys have done for me and continue to do for me. So thank you so much, everybody, and thank you, Vin. Thank you, Tundalus, and thank all of you. And we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.